Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Series E. Welcome to Pringles Week. Welcome to the final day of Season 2. I'm your host, Yeso, excited to get into all of the action. 6 more games are all that remain in our second season here of Series E. It has been an awesome journey, and we are excited to get a an exciting run to the finish. Promises to be a fun night. It is pro night here, so some of the best pro squads from across North America and Europe are here to battle with our partnered teams as we take a sprint towards the finish. For those of you that are new, I just want to kind of break down how Series E works. Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join, okay? We have 9 teams that made it through our open qualifiers, have been drafted and signed by our 9 partner brands. Those players now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money against other open squads every Tuesday, and as I mentioned earlier, against the top pro teams from across North America and Europe every single Wednesday. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, a lot of stuff to cover here before we get into deal or steal, so we'll go rapid fire here. First thing I want to talk about, we have set the date for our Season 3 qualifiers. There are 4 spots available to try and get into Season 3. Those dates are going to be June 1st, 3rd, 8th, and 9th. So it starts next week. And this time around, you have to be in the top 4 of cumulative points during the qualifier to qualify for Season 3. So you can't just show up, have one good day, and be done, okay? So keep those dates in mind. I will have more info about those in the future. I also want to hit on our 10K Invitational that is coming up here in a few weeks. It's going to be June 19th at 2 p.m. Pacific. Our top 4 squads from Season 3 will be there, as well as a bunch of other big names and big orgs. You're not going to want to miss out on that. So save the date, June 19th, 2 p.m. Pacific time for our 10K Invitational. It's going to be a blast. Now, I want to hit some numbers here for standings. First, I want to talk about our open teams, and I want to especially congratulate from everybody here at Esports Arena, Team Lonely Fans. That is Blight, Blueberry Smalls, and Double O Negative. Congratulations to them. They have finished atop our open team standings here in Season 2, and that means those 3 gentlemen have qualified for Season 3. So congratulations to them. They will join our 4 top finishers for Season 2, as well as 4 teams from our open qualifiers in Season 3 of Series E. So super excited to see them competing next season. They had a great run this year. You can see a dominant finish there, over 200 points ahead of second place. So a great performance from those boys, a well-earned spot. Now, the big storyline tonight. It is the final day of the season, and nothing has been decided yet. Honestly, we're going into the final day here with a big shakeup in the standings coming last night. We saw Team Intel coming out of nowhere. I even had to apologize on the show for not recognizing them when I was talking about the standings to start the show. They were sitting way down at 6th place. They had a huge point gap to make up, but they came out just firing last night. Their first half was stellar. They ended up winning last night, their second open night win in a row, and they have charged all the way up to 4th place. And as you can see here on the right side of your screen, just a single point between them and Team Applejacks, and then another single point between Applejacks and Cheez-It. And those 3 squads are battling for the final spot in Season 3. Our top 4, you can see that red box at the top. Top 4 teams make it into next season automatically. The bottom 5 relegated back to qualifiers. They have to re-qualify for Season 3. So an extremely important race there. The other one to keep an eye on, Team Razor trying to catch up to Team Pop-Tarts. They are just 21 points behind second place, so that is another race to keep an eye on. Team Razor has been looking really good the last 4 to 5 weeks, especially since the addition of Cereal. It has completely changed that lineup. So those are our 2 races to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, we have Team Pringles sitting all the way at the top over a 100-point lead. They seem secured in first place as Season 2 champions. Obviously, we won't say anything until it is all said and done, until we have 6 more games in the book, but it has been an incredible season from the Pringles boys, and they look set to take the championship. So that is what you need to be keeping in mind tonight as we go through all of our games. Again, it's just 6 more games remaining in our season before we close the books on Season 2 and look forward towards Season 3. But before we get into the games, we've got my favorite segment of the day, and it is Deal or Steal. Let's head over to the GVO zone, where I will be joined by Presley of Team Pringles. All right, Presley, welcome to the show. Happy to have you here. How are we doing today?
I am doing amazing. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I am excited for some dealer steal. Excited for you guys to finish what has been an impressive season. Before we get into the show, I just do want to ask, what are you kind of feeling here at the, the end of this journey?
I'm kind of proud of how we've played. We kind of slowed down a little bit. I know some of us had to miss some days, but you just got to make up for it with how you can. But overall, I think we did pretty good as a team. I'm excited for season 3.
Definitely a
Definitely going to
strong,
hold out first place, so
yeah, definitely a strong performance
as
this season.
always.
Looking forward to seeing you guys in that 10K Invitational as well. That promises to be a banger. But we have business to take care of here. It is deal or steal time. And if you guys at home want to play deal or steal with me, make sure you subscribe to us at twitch.tv/esportsarena to have a shot to come and play with me. The way the game is going to work, I've got 20 Apex crates with a range of prizes from all of our partners. To start the show, Presley's going to choose one of them to hold onto. We will then go through multiple rounds, eliminating crates off the board. At the end of every round, I will have a deal for Presley. He can either take the deal and take that prize home with him, or he can elect to steal and keep playing on. If we get to the end of the show and Presley takes none of my deals, we will then crack open his crate and he will get what is inside. So let's get into the fun.
Okay.
All right. Now,
I know which one I want.
what do you? Is it the Xbox Series X? Is it something else? What are you really gunning for here today?
The Xbox, that's definitely on the list.
Sure.
I think that's the number one priority.
Okay. So, where do you think that Xbox is then right now?
It's in number 1.
You think it's at number one?
It's in there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it has to be.
Presley calling his shot at the start. So Presley's going to hold on to number 1 here to start the show. First round, we got to open up 9 crates, knock those off of the board. So let's just start one by one here,
Okay.
going through them.
Get 7 out.
Number
I don't
7.
like it. It's out.
7 already looking at Presley funny here to start the show. Says, get it out of my game. And it's, oh no! No! Oh no! Oh,
There's no way.
oh,
That's the first one.
oh! That just
Okay,
a dagger.
Well, that's just a big backfire.
Okay, let's all collect ourselves. Okay, all right. No Xbox Series X. It was inside crate number 7.
Nope.
I'm just trying to process what I just watched.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay,
Wow.
so
I guess the keyboard up next.
it's a great keyboard. It's a great keyboard. Razer, great products. We love them. Great partner of ours. Okay, so we want to protect that Black Widow keyboard. Which crate is coming next?
The keyboard is definitely not in number 17.
Okay.
So we're gonna go with 17.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you, Presley. I don't need my heart broken twice in one day. It's the Nestle Splash Water Pack there at 17. Okay, we're getting back into it. Twitch chat reacting right now. Okay, all right. We're getting back down to business here. 7 and 17 done. We got 7 more to go this round.
Okay.
What's next?
Lucky 13. Take it out.
Lucky number 13. It was a good choice for Blueberry Smalls last night, who joined me on Deal or Steal. Will it work out once again? It's an Esports Arena mystery box. Okay.
It's not too bad. We still got some stuff on the board.
Yep. And still another mystery box.
Let's go
for that one.
Let's go number 6.
Number 6. 7 burned Presley to start the show. Will 6
Yeah, that one hurt.
pay off a little more? It will. It's a Cheez-It pack there.
Okay.
Back into those white tier prizes, which is right where we want to be in the first round. Okay, 5 more before my first deal.
Number 2.
Number 2. Okay, it's going to be 2,150 Apex coins, one of those lower blue tier prizes. I think we're doing real strong here.
We're all right. Do number 3.
Number 3. Got to keep the momentum rolling here. Presley says 3. Can we stay in those white tier prizes? Stay in those top 2 rows. Dramatic pause here for effect.
Yep. That's usually not a good sign.
Number 3.
I'm nervous.
Show me what's inside. There it is. And it's going to be the $50 Walmart gift card. All right. That's quite a bit of snacks. That could have been a lot of Pringles.
Hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep. That one hurt.
Okay.
It's okay.
3 more to go.
We're going to get 20 out.
Number 20, down to that bottom right corner opposite. Crate number 1 that Presley said the Xbox was in. And it's the other Esports Arena mystery box. Another one of those high blue tier prizes. So we need to end in those whites here. We got 2 more this round. We need to get back up.
You know what? Number 15. It looked at me funny. I don't like it. It's out.
You know what? Fury agrees with you. Said eliminate 15, Presley. I know it. And
Fury has never been wrong for me. Okay, Fury.
He betrayed you this time. That's the Razer wireless Black Shark
out later.
V2 Pro headset. That one stings. That's a great headset.
Yep.
Okay.
Fury's getting fake comms later.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
He's going to go down at one point. He's going to die tonight. And typically you see the BM where you're shooting your enemy's crate and you're going to be shooting.
Oh, no. He's getting... Oh, yeah.
He's getting griefed. Okay. 1 more this round. 1 more to go.
All right. Number 8.
Number 8. Back up to that second row. Can we close on a winner? We need a white tier here. It's the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack. Okay. So, rough start to the show here, Presley. But we got some good ones there, right? There's still 4 prizes off the board in those top 2 rows, but it was kind of a scatter shot here. So, my first deal for you this time around, it's not going to be great, but I think we have progress. We can get better. I got a Rockstar pack here for you. I want to keep you hydrated. I know you got some big games coming tonight. 10K Invitational in a few weeks. Get ready for Season 3. So I want you to be hydrated, have plenty of energy. So I got this Rockstar pack for you here.
I think I'm going to steal. As much as I enjoy Rockstar, there's still a lot of good stuff.
Okay. Presley's feeling confident he can get a better deal here. I don't hate it. The keyboard's still on the board. So Presley says steal this time around 6 crates. 6 crates have got to go before my next deal, and still 2 of those purple tiers available.
Number 4.
Number 4. Can we start off round 2 better than round 1? We can. It's a Pop-Tarts pack there. That is a fantastic start, Presley.
Beautiful.
That is what we're looking for.
Beautiful. All right. Keep the ball rolling. Number 5.
Number 5. Can the momentum continue here? Still a few of those white tier prizes available. Oh, it's the Razer backpack. Presley stumbling again. It's okay. You're not dead yet. We're still in this. The keyboard is still there. Yes. All is not lost, my friend. We're okay. We still got 4 more to go this round. We haven't touched you haven't touched that middle row. 9 through 12 is one of those looking at you funny.
I'll go with 11.
Presley says 11. Okay. We need to get our feet under us once again here in some deal or steal. Can we do it? Ooh, 6,700 Apex coins. That's a lot. That's a lot of Apex packs. Yeah, that one's going to sting. That one's going to sting. I don't blame you. Okay. 3 more this round. Hey, you know what? You said the Xbox Series X was the goal, but if you couldn't get that one, the keyboard was still up. So all is not lost.
Yep. Keyboard is still here.
Yes.
Get 19 out.
19. Okay. Show me a white tier prize. Come on. It's a Rockstar pack. That's what we're looking for.
That's fair.
That is what we're looking for.
Get it out. I don't want it.
Good recovery.
Okay. 18 is
Okay.
the next one.
18. We're going to close out that bottom row. What is inside? It's the Nestle Splash Water Pack. Yes, Presley. Yes. My guy.
Okay. We are on a roll here.
We are rolling, baby. This is what I'm talking about. We need one more. One more this round. Tell me, where is that Pringles pack or the Rice Krispies Treats pack? Where is it?
It's in number 9.
It's in number 9, he says. Let's see. Can he call it again? Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
I'm a maniac.
Presley's got it. Okay. That is how you finish a round, my friend. There we go. Okay. So.
Yes, sir.
Only right tier prize still available. It's the Rice Krispies Treats pack up there. Otherwise, we got blues and the keyboard. My offer for you, going to get a little better this time, but it was still a rough round overall. Okay. But I got some Apex coins for you here. I got 2,150 Apex coins. I want to help you complete that heirloom collection, Presley. Deal here, you take the coins and run. Steal, we keep playing, and we try to hunt down that Black Widow keyboard. Hopefully, I mean, if I'm you, I'm hoping it's in number 1, but we'll find out maybe.
What's in there? If the Xbox wasn't, I know it wouldn't do me that dirty and not give me something good in there. So we're gonna steal.
I know you were really confident when you picked number 1. You had a feeling there was a vibe there. So I like it. I like it. Presley says steal. We'll keep playing. So 10, 12, 14, 16. 3 of those have got to go. I will then have my final deal for you. You either take that deal or we open crate number 1. So let's rattle them off.
12. It's going.
Number 12. Presley was calling his shots at the end of round 2. Can he do it at round 3? 2150 Apex coins. There we go. You didn't take the deal, so we'll get it off the board there. That's a win.
That's fair. All right. Number 16. It's going.
Was that 16?
Yep.
16 says Presley. Okay. Right below number 12. Can we keep it going? It's a Series E jersey of your choice, and Presley's got one of them.
Okay.
And he's going to have another one next season. So I think we are just fine with that. Okay. 10 and 14, Rice Krispies Treats, a Series E jersey, and the Black Widow keyboard are in those remaining 3 crates. 10 and 14, one of them's got to go.
14, it's got to be.
14.
The Rice Krispie Treats in there.
Okay. Presley's calling his shot. And he got it. My guy's cracked. The Rice Krispies Treats. There we go.
It just happens.
There we go. Okay.
Pringle stuff.
We are in a really interesting spot right now because you have got available now just a Series E jersey of your choice and the keyboard that you were gunning for. My offer for you here is going to be an Esports Arena mystery box. You've got the jerseys. I want to deck you out with some more Esports Arena swag. If you say no, if you say steal, we open up number 1 and you get what's inside. So you either get the mystery box, the jersey, or the keyboard. What are you thinking?
That is a tough one. But, it's what I wanted, so we're going to steal. And number 1 has my keyboard in it.
You know what? I never even doubted for a minute, Presley, that you were going to go to the distance, that we were going to see what's inside. Crate number 1. Let's open it up.
I can't be let down twice.
Presley's going home. There it is! Wire to wire, the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. We're going to upgrade that setup there for you, Presley. Congratulations, my man.
Thank you. It was definitely a rocky road from the very beginning.
It was a bit of a roller coaster. Well done, sir. Wow. Before I let you go, I know you got 6 important games tonight. I want to get your quick take on the 2 races we're focusing on tonight. Pop-Tarts and Razer going for second place. Who grabs it? Pop-Tarts or Razer? Who gets second?
Razer.
Razor, they're going to get the upset. They're going to chase him down.
Really good player.
Okay.
And he definitely turned it around.
I completely agree. Now we got Intel, Applejacks, and Cheez-It going for 4th place. Only one of them can grab it. Does Intel keep the momentum going, or do Applejacks or Cheez-It recover?
Oh, Intel 100%.
Okay.
Intel 100%.
All
Those are
right.
the homies.
Presley's buying in on Intel. I certainly am as well. Presley, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck tonight. Enjoy,
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy the
Thank
final
you.
day of the season, my man.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our final dealer steal of the season. Crazy to get here to the finish. Super excited for our games today. We got Jamerson and T Squared ready to go. I'm going to throw down on some more of these barbecue Pringles. And you guys just sit back and enjoy the fun. It is our final day of the season. We are so excited to be here. So much work has gone into all of this. We appreciate all of you being along for the ride, and let's just enjoy the fun.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E. Series E, Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. Welcome everybody to Series E, where it's just the day of good taste. We got Yeso in that Hiei shirt. He's also picking up the barbecue Pringles. We got Presley winning big on Deal or Steal, and it is the final day of Series E here for Season 2, and we had such a huge shakeup in the leaderboards last night. It was incredible to see. So let's go ahead and talk about it, Tom. It is Pro Night here, and there's a lot on the line for the final day of Series E.
Man, this is so close, especially what Intel did yesterday. I mean, what was that? 82 points after 3 games, just setting records after records. It was unfortunate that they weren't able to break that Sentinels mark that we were hoping for. But today's going to be lit, man. We have 1 spot. We have 3 teams fighting for it. We also have that crown for first place, which we think it's going to go to Team Pringles. There's going to be a big race for second place. But it's all about the preparation, too, for the global championships that are coming up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and set the stage in just a little bit. Right now, let's talk about the format for the day. It is Pro Night here during Pringles Week, and it's no doubt about it. Team Pringles should walk away first place in the season, barring, I don't know, somehow someone walking away with a 200-point win. But again, it's difficult, especially with the point distribution. We're playing 6 matches on World's Edge. We have $500 on the line. Kill points and placements matter. We got to see Team Intel last night farming it up, both in kills and in placements, getting 2 wins, a second place finish, and a whole slew of kills. Their first half of the day was absolutely amazing. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the pro teams that will be joining our partnered squads tonight for the final Pro Night of Season 2. So, like you said, Tom, there's a lot on the line, and all of the teams have been popping off. But this week, we have a star-studded roster: TSM, CLG, Cloud9, Na'Vi, Charlotte, Phoenix 303. Everyone is joining up here for the final Pro Night of Series E.
It's going to be ridiculous. The players are going to be playing out of their mind. We're going to get a chance to see some amazing Valkyrie play, which I felt like, even though we were seeing some sick plays yesterday, kind of missed out on Valkyrie. I felt like everyone was popping off on Octane, so I'm looking forward to seeing, especially what Team Liquid does and Alberlily more specifically. But when you look at some of these other teams like Renegades, very, very low-key, strong team that can win any type of tournament. Cloud9, who is ridiculously skilled. Those are 2 of the more newer orgs introduced into Apex. And then you have teams like, again, Applejacks, Team Cheez-It that are fighting for their spot, Intel fighting for their spot. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things play out. Also, Team Nestle Splash, we got to give a little bit of credit to them yesterday for how they started to pick things up over the last couple of weeks. It seems like they've started to come back into their full form.
Yeah. For those who weren't there for last night's games, Team Intel did take the win, 89 points overall. Team Pringles came in second place, and Nestle were in third. Well, let's go ahead and talk about the overall season cumulative leaderboard here. This is the important one. This is the final day because we have 4 spots that are up for grabs. Well, I mean, one spot up for grabs, but 4 spots that keep you safe into season 3. And right now, Team Pringles, Pop-Tarts, and Razor are pretty much safe in it. And it's the final spot, the 4th spot that Team Intel are currently in. That's going to be the big battle. Taking a look at the point spread. 2 points separate these 3 teams. Team Intel in 4th place with 889 points. Team Applejacks right below them with 888. And Team Cheez-It trailing just by another point there with 887 points.
6 games, that's what these players have and these teams have to go and prove themselves for who wants that spot, because it's obvious when you look at that Pringles, Pop-Tarts, Razor, they're moving on to season 3, but who's going to be that team that takes that 4th spot? So much is on the line. And Jamerson, I know you like math, so you could probably do faster math than me, but 750 times 3 times 4, right? That's sitting around 10 grand right now for these teams for this spot, right? So this is a really big deal for these players, not only to get that money and get that bag, but to make sure that they're, continuing to be in Series E, being one of these top partner teams, and continuing to get the practice where they can play week to week, improve their squads for all the other tournaments that are taking place, and also grab the cash that's up for grabs each week as well.
That's right. So we have the salaries on the line for season 3. We also have the opportunities. There are plenty of other opportunities that come with being in Series E, and especially being here in the top 4 for relegations. Making it into the top 4 also secures you a spot in our 10K Invitational, which will be taking place in a couple of weeks. And that's going to be, of course, a lot of other squads joining them and a lot of influencers, creators for Apex Legends that will be competing for this. And so another $10,000 on the line that you'll be playing for. Like we said, of course, $500 on the line every single night that you compete here in Series E. That's an extra $350 that you can walk away with, up to $700 a week that you can be winning here. And so it's been a huge boon, a huge, nice shot in the arm for the Apex competitive scene, and helping out a lot of the players that just could not find representation in an organization, and keeping them afloat while the ALGS keeps running. So I'm loving what we've been able to do here at Series E. I'm so happy that we get to continue to do it for season 3, Tom.
And I look at improvements from not just individuals like Farmer Lucas on Team Pop-Tarts, but their whole team, really, right? Team Pop-Tarts was a team that wasn't a team that I would have predicted to be inside the top 2 when this season would have started. But when you watch the way that they play, and you watch the way that Team Pringles play, they've been playing phenomenal. And then also you get a player like Serial, who has been trying to find his team for quite some time. Well, he finally found his place on Team Razor, and he's been playing phenomenal. He's had some of our best clips out of all of the players individually, like a montage when it comes to not just the open days, but the pro days too. So it's been fun to watch Team Razor kind of rise their stock just 2-3 weeks ago. They were the 5th team outside looking in, and you can see the amount of points that they've put up just in that time.
Yeah, that's right. So while the 4th place position is also important, we also have to, note that 2nd place is going to be something that's fought over right now. Pop-Tarts currently in 2nd place with 1,033 points, and Team Razor now currently in 3rd place with 1,012. So they're only separated by 21 points overall. So we'll see who will be the overall leader. Remember, Team Razor were the season 1 champions, essentially, with the highest point total across the 12 weeks of competition in season 1. But this time around, of course, it is going to be Team Pringles, barring any kind of miracle. I mean, there's 142 point difference between Pop-Tarts and Pringles right now, which is a chasm that's going to be hard to kind of cut there, because Team Pringles have been incredibly consistent week in and week out.
I really think the only way that Team Pringles loses this is if Presley goes back to Dealer Steel, combines his Razer keyboard with a handful of actual points that they have, and tries to sell that off for the Xbox Series X. I really think that's the only way that Team Pringles is going to end up losing this, and that's not even legal. So I'm really impressed with the way that they played it. When we're talking about major tournaments where it's the finals of Series Z, where we have this $2-3 million tournament that's coming up, Team Pringles is on my list of teams to watch here, and I think that they are fully capable of winning a tournament. And we'll see how our partner teams do today against our teams that, again, are some of the best that we have in North America and in our EMEA regions. We're on board with Team Pringles during Pringles Week, and they are obviously looting up Sorting Factory.
Yeah, this is a lobby just full of ALGS winners. And so it's absolutely stacked right now, but we're going to be joining on board with our current cumulative leaders. This is Pringles week, and so Team Pringles going to be able to get all of the loot here. And we've seen in the past they do frequently get contested over at Sorting Factory, but it does not seem to be the case today. And so things should be relatively free. And like you expected, Tom, we're going to see a lot of Octane now. I mean, there was a lot of experimentation with Valkyrie when she got first added into the game and people were using her in competitive, but going back to a bit more standard, and we're seeing teams going back towards the Octane, some still picking up the Wraith.
I really just feel like it's a matter of, being comfortable. And when you're playing Octane, Octane has been around for quite some time, and he hasn't had really major changes. Yeah, his stem change was pretty significant in terms of the double up of what happened with his health regen, but the double bounce pad is pretty big too. But it's crazy that players are electing to pick him, and to me, I wonder if it's more of a hitbox thing. Octane has one of the smaller hitboxes. He's tough to deal with, and if you're very talented and mechanically gifted, say like someone like Hal, they're gonna be able to get away with a lot of different things. And I really think that that's what TSM hopes for. They hope to get these crazy rotations, but they also expect Hal to play aggressive, get in there, and try to be that terror that he can be when it comes to just picking up kills and putting down damage.
This is an interesting rotation coming out from TSM right now. We do know they dropped Fragment East, and with the pings going down as they're making their move on up, we can see that the ring will be pulling up towards the survey area. Not maybe survey, but might go into Skyhook here. But I thought they might run into Cloud9, who I believe dropped that frag west. You see reps keeping an eye on it for the time being. They're getting scanned up. And so this is dangerous. If they take this fight here, they can get shot up from behind. It looks like Cloud9 might be fighting up against Third Impact there, as Balon G instantly gets thirsted from Third Impact. So now TSM starting to make their move, and they might just decide to run past this one and go over to Skyhook, but they are taking an off angle here as Reps gets a knock onto Jazaz. TSM sniped down. Took a lot of damage there, and Zicky is the one that takes him out. Now we do have the bubble, and the res should come out, and with Imperial House starting to stick that, I was thinking maybe he had a gold bag, but no, he was just the first one there. TSM already with 2 kills to their name now. We'll keep moving, and it looks like they're already happy with that start.
Yeah, they're going to take that for sure. I mean, it was such a fast rotation. That's what TSM does. They move around the clock almost around that 2-minute mark, and they came around, did a loop-de-loop, and caught Third Impact off guard. And Third Impact is one of our most active teams in the early game. They love to fight. They land over towards that Epicenter Refinery area. They'll go, Epicenter Survey area. They'll go back to Refinery, start bullying teams back there, and just constantly looking for battles. But they also have that double-edged sword where if a team is ready for that, like TSM, that they're going to go and catch them off guard. And that's exactly what happened. Some good shots there. Snipe Down did get knocked, but no one else was there to try to clean up. So that's a good job as we take a look at what Team Applejacks is doing. And keep in mind, Applejacks and then Team Cheez-It and then Team Intel. Those are the 3 teams that you're really looking out for to see who's going to take that 4th spot.
Yeah, it's 889 points to 888 points to 887 points. You can see now all the teams starting to gain their positions over at Skyhook. Rice Krispie Treats, I believe, usually dropping down by staging. I've already located a building here, and this is one of those buildings that it's a bit harder to coexist in, and they can control both floors. We'll see if they do so. Right now, they are just occupying the 2nd floor of the diner building, and now a lot of teams are starting to make their way on in, and this is what we're expecting. It gets down to the pro night, and things do slow down just a bit here. As becomes a lot more rotation and positional oriented in terms of the playstyle in the early and mid games.
This is going to be a very interesting circle. I mean, wow, Skyhook, you're going to end up having probably around 12 to 15 teams just coexisting in this massive city, and there's so many different places that it can pull over towards. It makes it fairly unpredictable, but we do have a cleanup happening over towards the side, and it looks like Team Rockstar is going to get involved too, and that's going to be Hakulo dropping a couple of kills going on over to RNG as well. That's going to be Renegades. You can see Pao needs to heal up just a little bit, and he's rocking that Valkyrie, so worst case scenario, they may even have to dip out with the ultimate there, but they're just going to fall back, heal inside, and looks like they'll be safe for now. Beast of the Hunt is still being used, and How does, like we were talking about, have his ultimate. So they should be okay to get out of this, but they also may even be interested in taking the fight as well.
Yeah, it looked like an attempt at a third party there. You can see as they were making their way into the safety of this building. Saucer threw a scan behind them, and hostiles were detected. Like you said, they do have that Valkyrie deployed, and typically we can see teams, of course, throw down the bubble throughout the beginning animation of it to keep themselves safe for now. But it looks like the threat has passed, at least for the time being. We're already down to 17 squads, so it was a bit faster than I actually expected to be. But like you said, Tom, once we get into the thick of things, once all the teams get into Skyhook with all the buildings that are available, it should just be a lot of teams just coexisting, taking up their own building, and we won't really see much until about the 5th or even the final ring.
Yeah, and if you do have any type of fights, that's when all hell's going to break loose. And you're going to have all these teams portaling in on one of their Octane jump pad. What's going to be interesting is who's going to be able to pick up the priority position of where this zone's going to move, and also where are the drops going to be. I mean, a Kraber in a Skyhook zone could be huge. And one of the teams that's been rocking another powerful sniper rifle is Team Liquid. And they tend to land on over towards that side. CLG does as well. So I'd be fairly interested to see what they're prioritizing, because it's tough in these tournaments where you have so many skilled teams. You want to have a day like yesterday where your team intel running around picking up a lot of kills. That's actually CLG Vaxlon inside the kill feed, and they're next to, I believe, TSM. So TSM's now made a different rotation, and you also have Max Strafe there getting a knock onto Finicky. And I believe that's Team Flashpoint. So that's going to be a finish coming in, and there's the bubble scan coming in on top of that train cart. And now Renegades is going to realize, okay, we're going to have zone number 3. If we can get that scan, that will definitely give us a good idea on which Skyhook zone this is going to be.
Yeah, because they have that Valkyrie along with that information, they could just pick up that priority spot. We'll see if it'll be for free, though. But for the time being, they are just going to go ahead and leg this one. No surprise seeing CLG and TSM getting involved in a very similar fight. CLG dropping on the eastern side of Skyhook. TSM rotating in from East Frag to make their way into the eastern side of Skyhook. So they should be a part of a lot of the same fights. But like you said, prioritizing what spots, CLG and Team Liquid, where are they playing inside Skyhook right now? Typically when we see these circles, we're going to see Liquid putting a lot of, or Liquid or CLG putting a lot of focus on some of these circles for playing inside the northern side, the train station. But speaking of trains, Renegades find a team out in Train Yard right now. They have 1 minute and 45 seconds to work with to try and get involved in this fight. It does look like it's going to be a full fight there, but oh my goodness. 303, they get involved up against Cloud9 as Zach Mazer gets finished off by Paradise.
Yeah, there was, I think, a defensive bombardment that landed, and then Paradise, obviously, with the wingman, is going to come through with the finish. And you were talking about the internal clock for Renegades. I think that was starting to click for them, where they realized they weren't going to get the kill opportunities that they were hoping for, so it's time to rotate. And you have to rotate around this time on the clock because you need multiple outlets to go and try. So they're going to try this side of Countdown, find out what they're going to have available. And then you also, I believe, have a drop over towards the right-hand side that no one has gotten. I wonder if Renegades is going to be interested in going for that.
There might be an opportunity for them, but a minute now left here, and they can hover around in this area if they want to. They can take their time. They've picked up some early kill points, and they know that other teams are still on the southern side of the ring right now, and it looks like that's what they're positioning for. But TSM are looking to get aggressive here, just outside of Market now. Beautiful spray coming in from Imperial Hal. It looks like that squad is just none the wiser where these shots are coming from, but they have been forced back into the diner area, and so they will be safe for the time being. So TSM really favoring that Market ending here. We did get to see one of these circles yesterday. It was, I believe, who was it? Team Intel that ended up winning at the game in the circle that ended here.
Yeah, and Market's always one of the more common Skyhook endings if it's not going to go kind of towards that big center area. And we do have a Watson in play. You can see the Watson fences over towards that southwest building. And TSM's going to have a lot of resources here. So Hal has the flatline R9. He's going to be completely okay with around 300 bullets there. And as long as they're stacked on ammo. Wingman, EBA 8, That's the only concern right now for TSM. Maybe a potential lack of cells, but they have a blue armor swap there if they really want to go and need that. But the way that TSM's kind of bullying this team over towards the side building, I wouldn't doubt if Hal was interested in going back, laying down some more shots, trying to charge up his Evo shield even more to maybe get red, and also just test their might, see what kind of fight they're putting up. Is there an opportunity to infiltrate over towards the side of the building? At the same time, you run into the issue of leaving one of the god spots right now. This is probably the best building to lock down, and TSM gets there fairly early. You can see on the north-hand side how the zone number 1 was right there on the outside, and then it's barely even moved. And it's fairly easy to predict here in Apex that you can anticipate it's going to continue to do that same pattern, and that's what TSM is hoping for.
Now on board with Team Intel, currently our 4th place squad. But for how long? We'll see if they can keep up the momentum from last night. They did slow down in the second half of last night's games. 82, 83 points overall in the first 3 games, but only got about 6 after that. But we have a full send coming out now. As you can see, with that bubble down, they do survive that. But they're getting shot up from every which way, and they're trying to find a safe angle here. So it looks like they're getting shot from every single angle. They don't have a bubble here. This is dangerous for Team Intel playing here on the low ground now as they're all cracked, trying to survive, popping bats. But it looks like they do find a safe spot here. They're even getting spammed out by some Valkyrie missiles, but they will be able to dodge that one.
And really, he only dodged that because of that amazing wall bounce. That was a typical 6, just random wall bounce, trying to warm up the movement. You can see Hal actually does get the knock on his RPG, and I was wondering if they were going to start to pressure the team over towards the side, and they're interested in getting aggressive. Look at the shots, look at the teamwork. Everybody's still fairly healthy. We're wondering if Hal is going to get that red Evo shield. Well, he does at zone number 3 here, and they're going to take another building that's going to be in the zone. So nice heads up job by TSM, making a fast play, a fast call, and a quick rotation. But not just that, everybody hitting their shots. I mean, reps with the up close wingman connecting on the headshots, ridiculous spray, and now they're going to have plenty of ammo. Hemlock R9 there for snipe down. He's going to like what he sees, and pretty impressed with the way that TSM's been able to play this. I mean, there's not that many kills that have been had in this lobby, and they have a majority of them already.
303 taking out Zach Mazer again. He was rezzed back into the game. He is knocked currently. We'll see if they get him back up. But TSM currently eyeing the train station, one of the priority spots we were talking about inside Skyhook. And with clearing out one of the teams here on the northern side, and that might leave it a bit more free for them. It does seem like Cloud9 were able to recover throughout all of this, and they did get Zach Mazer back on up. They are watching this port for the time being. They should be safe here for now, but this is pretty much what we were expecting with this Skyhook ending. So many buildings available, so many teams still alive.
How the heck did they get Zach back up? I mean, hasn't Zach been knocked and finished twice already, and he still has better armor than his teammates? The loyalty here from C9 are things that you love to see. And oh, you can't make it through that portal, Lucas. He gets knocked. Fortunately for him, he doesn't get finished, and they were also timing that portal for when it was going to disappear. So nice play there by the timing, but they also get finished over towards the side on the Pringles side. That's going to be Nocturnal, Lily, and the Team Liquid squad, and there is the drop that you are hoping for if you are C9. If you could get a Kraber here, you're going to be loving life.
Yeah, we do have the bubbles going down, so that squad over by the diner building should not be able to pick it up. Noct is trying to hold on to his bubble for the time being as Team Intel get themselves into a fight along with Charlotte Phoenix. The Team Intel pick up 2 of those kills. Kuya and Nesh going down to them. We saw Applejacks in the kill feed as well. So it's a very important race between those 3 teams. Applejacks cheese it along with Team Intel as C9 are now full sending it into this building. They do make it into that first floor, and so they are not prioritizing that drop, but they have to take this fight. They have the squad above them as well. It's going to be Team Pop-Tarts who do have the better armor situation right now, Tom.
And remember, Lucas was someone that got knocked but got right back up because that portal was back. So they had good support and a good idea of how to play the Skyhook zone. And they've also taken a very good building. And we were wondering where this is going to pull. It actually pulls away from TSM and goes more over towards that train area and the big building that we saw Team Intel kind of, scrounging around. And zone number 4, 14 squads. This is kind of what we were expecting. Things are going to get very crazy now, though, because the amount of buildings that are out with this zone pull means that there's going to be a lot of coexisting over towards the middle side. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5, 6 buildings, and you have 14 teams. So where are the teams going to go? And there it is. One team starting to yeet it over towards the center.
Ooh, Team Intel in a fight up against TSM's or Team Liquid here. CLG gets involved as well. And now Nocturnal is the only one alive for Team Liquid, it seems. As Stomps actually goes down. ASCII picks that one up just on the stairwell, but he is safe. They're able to back up. Lucas takes that high ground angle for them to make sure no one pushes at this point. Cloud9 in a fight up against Applejacks for the time being as well. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. A's going down. Noct will fall on the other side as it looks like Kubsky gets finished off on flashpoints. So we're now down to 13 teams remaining, and this is what we're expecting once a lot of these buildings get nixed out, and a lot of the squads are going to go down as well, and Applejacks are just down to Dupe here. Cheese Fries finishes off Aves, going to the roof, and it's a full squad above. Dupe is going to have to drop low, and it's only a matter of time before he gets finished off. Impulse is the one that picks that one up. Pop-Tarts were able to make their way safely in, and now Renegades as well. This was the squad that showed up when Dupe was trying his best to nope out of that situation.
Saucer takes huge damage, and look at Hanmu actually is on Caustic here, which is going to be pretty crazy considering that they have the high ground. Where's this zone going to pull, though? They actually have to move away, and it's going to be that fence ending that we've seen a handful of times. These are probably the more two popular endings, would be the market ending and the ending that we're seeing right now. And Team Intel somehow, throughout all of this, after being in absolute shambles over towards the bottom, 6 wall bouncing just to stay alive, dodging everything that they could, they are in a pretty solid position here now as they're going to continue to try to rotate on this low ground. But look, another team is doing the same thing over towards the right-hand side, and they have to advance to the north eventually. So Metro is going to use that death box to actually avoid the Arc Star, and then he's hoping that 6 and the rest of the team is going to advance and try to lay down some cover fire so they can continue to advance. But right now, it's a matter of cat and mouse between these two Bloodhounds and scanning consistently, and then really hoping and praying that all the focus doesn't go over towards you. And that's what Intel's trying to do. Maneuver around here, find out exactly where they could go to have some safe haven. Looks like they've spotted out a possible solo rat over towards the side.
And they will go hunting forward, and I'm glad that they're making their move early on. It's going to be Nocturnal, the last member alive for Team Liquid. Defensive bombardment has gone down. Their bubbles have been used, and 6 is dropped down to 2 HP. Panders has fallen throughout all of this as Almu picks that one up. Now the res does come out, and it looks like they will be able to get him safely up. And you can see 6 hasn't even popped his heals yet, but they are going to be forced to now. But I like that they made this move early on. Metro threw a beautiful scan up top onto the tower. There were 3 teams above them, and they did not want to get caught on that scramble. So now they're going to be avoiding a lot of this now on the slow side of the circle as they're making their move along this fence line. They'll have some decent cover, but that train yard is their main vulnerability. As you can see, there is a squad there, but their main focus in this, the train station team is just to make sure that the train station is actually cleared out. Here's Team Cheese at one of our squads competing and battling it out for that final spot in to avoid relegations. They're one of the teams that are going to get caught up in that south side scramble. As you can see, so many teams dropping down. Prodigy Aces along with Joey Blackout will be able to finish off CLG, picking up another kill onto Stunny as well. Marakanishou is taking so much damage to the ring. Team Intel are just surviving throughout all of this. Panders gets that revenge for 6 from all the times Joey Blackout was just the bane of their existence yesterday.
He really was. Joey Blackout was like the sole player shutting down Team Intel. And I'm just really impressed with the way that Intel has maneuvered into basically not really a game-winning spot, but they have an opportunity to win this game, especially with having all 3 members of their team alive. You can see that one of the teams is actually not full, so we'll find out who exactly that is going to be. And that could be Charlotte Phoenix, as Amu is posted up against the wall, and they're kind of just coexisting towards the fences. It's going to be 2 players. There's the scan. And if it is just a 2-team... Ooh, nice job by Panders with the missile barrage. And if this is just a duo, I wonder if Team Intel could be interested in sending it on them.
It's 6 squads left in the final slow circle here, and Team Intel realized they have to do something about this squad just to their south. The scans keeping them at bay, along with the utility usage that's been going down on top of them. 6 has this Arc Star at the ready and really does want to try and get rid of him. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix, I believe, who are trying to avoid them, slowly moving away from them. Here's Team Pop-Tarts, though, making their move up to the northern side, and they're coming in for the third party right now. Renegades got a knock onto Imperial Howl, and Pop-Tarts want to take advantage of this situation. Don't know if anyone on the Renegade side has gone down, but TSM are now out, and they do have someone on the ground currently. It's going to be the 3v2 for Pop-Tarts, pushing through the thermite now. Lucas has been cracked, and Stomps is down to 1 HP. He will fall, and he needs to swap out. Impulse now pushes up with his squad, and he does have the Bloodhound in his sights. Will finish him off, but he now needs to get the res. Here's the fight for Team Intel, though, trying to take out, I believe, Charlotte Phoenix here as they go for the peak over to the side. Eva 8 out. It's now the final 2 squads remaining. Pop-Tarts versus Team Intel. The final 3v3 as Pop-Tarts make the push out. They were able to recover, but they weren't able to fully heal up. But Pop-Tarts find the timing and take out Team Intel. They'll take the first win of the evening.
Still a big game from Team Intel, though, because they're popping off with a lot of kills, and we know how the importance is of holding into that 4th spot. Got to give plenty of credit to Team Pop-Tarts, too, for getting the dub. The way that they rotated into the train station and finished that fight off, that was a huge fight because TSM was seriously looking like a threat in that lobby.
Yeah, and just rezzing up 2 players and instantly turning on the swivel to finish off Team Intel. That was absolutely massive for them. But speaking of Team Intel, remember, they were up by just 1 point for that 4th place position here, but getting a 2nd place win along with about 7, maybe 8 kills. This is going to be a huge boon for them, adding a little bit of extra safety for them as we go on through the rest of the games for the evening. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, but when we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E here during Pringles Week after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley, and this is the Presley Pringle stack. Boom. Pizza on the bottom, pizza on the top, sweet and spicy barbecue somewhere in the middle, and then you also take the fire roasted jalapeno for that little extra tang. So let's go ahead and... Wow, that was beautiful. I think that will be the only way I eat Pringles from now on, is the Presley Pringle way. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles and you're watching Pringles Week.
Cheez-It snapped.
How's it taste?
It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeso here. Game number 1 of the day is all done and dusted. Team Pop-Tarts able to take the win. Intel coming in second place. A huge game for both of those squads. We didn't see Razor there at the end, so that is certainly a good sign for Team Pop-Tarts trying to hold off and lay claim to second place here at the end of Season 2. Meanwhile, Team Intel, as we talked about at the top of the day, very, very small gap, just 1 point ahead of those other teams vying for that fourth place spot here. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the first game of the day, and it's Lucas continuing to keep Pop-Tarts rolling. They only had a 21-point lead coming into tonight, but getting that win to start the day is huge for them. Meanwhile, Reps from TSM does take kill leader for this game. 6 kills, no surprises there. Whenever TSM is out, they show up all over these post-game stats. So Reps, great game from him. Meanwhile, ASCII of 303 Esports, over 2,300 damage for them. 303 has been a great, consistent competitor here on Wednesday nights, on these pro nights in Series E. Definitely a squad to keep an eye on, but lots of storylines to follow. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and T Squared will check that Mobile 1 leaderboard, and we'll see where we're at headed into Game 2.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Phony here, and today I'm going to be trying the sour cream and onions Pringles. Personally, this one's my favorite, considering not only does it taste really good, but it's one of the most popular ones out of the regular ones, which are original, barbecue, and cheddar. And I like this one the most just because it gives me that tanginess that I like. If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. This is Pringles Week. It is the final night. It is the final pro night of Season 2, and game number 1 just wrapped up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard, because we had a lot of teams high-fragging it out, and so this one's going to be very interesting to look at. And Team Pop-Tarts are currently in first place with that dub. The TSM fragged out so hard that they are currently in second place with Team Intel right behind them, but this is still a very even point spread amongst our top 5, Tom.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, that's why it was important for Team Pop-Tarts to shut TSM down, because they were having the strongest game. Keep in mind that when it came to 16 squads remaining, they had wiped, I believe, 2 of them overall. So they had half of the kills at that point, and they continued to kind of bully their way along Skyhook. They took over numerous buildings along the way. And then Team Intel, with the way that they were able to basically come out of the most scuffed area that they were in that bottom center area of the big middle structure that is in Skyhook, they picked up a decent amount of points along the way. And we take a look at the overall leaderboard and just how much that matters. You can see that they were able to separate their way from 1 point now to around 9. So definitely not the most comfortable lead that you're hoping for. Team Cheese and Team Applejacks are definitely going to look to pick it up in game number 2.
But this is a good sign for Team Intel. This is what we were seeing out of them last night. Great positional play, great reading about how the other teams are going to play it out and positioning for that. So let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment of game number 1. And this is where Team Pop-Tarts basically clinched it for themselves, coming in for the third party up against TSM. And I'm trying to remember who the third party was on the other side of this, but they had the advantage. Things looked a little bit scary here as they pushed into a choke point, and you saw they had to full send it through some nades as well, taking a lot of damage. They do trade out. You can see Stomps goes down. I believe Lucas does survive throughout all of this. And so This is a little bit scary, but it was a fast recovery to get on top of Team Intel right afterwards.
And the problem for Team Intel is they were fighting a little bit later than Team Pop-Tarts was. You could see Panders comes through. They got the knock on Onmu actually earlier than that. And then Asura put up such a fight that it caused a problem for Team Intel, and they were still weak. Pop-Tarts recovered from their fight extremely quick. They had tons of armor swaps, and they took down Renegades and TSM. So there was a lot of still skilled teams over there. We had the final 5 teams. We had 2 partnered teams, 3 pro teams, and the 2 partnered teams end up duking it out for the first place right there. But this was a scary moment. If Somps and Lucas go down here, I don't know if they're going to be able to reset as fast, because you're going to have to hit the double the reses, and one of the players probably won't have to heal because they're going to have to push out of the zone. So it was a smart job by, I believe it was Lucas, that backs off, and then they come through with the bait and switch, and they get the finish there, so they're able to even get to Team Intel to begin with. But you got to give props to Asura, because while the fight in the third party was taking place inside train, they already had Onmu knocked. So that's 3 players focused on one, and he still did enough to, force them out of position and force them have to reload, use resources, et cetera, and that made life a lot easier for Team Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, I wonder if Team Intel had just gone for the full reset there. I mean, only 2 of them, could have. Actually, 2 of them were basically full HP. Only one of them had to hit that bat. But you know what? Let's go ahead and move on from that, because we are heading into game number 2 right now. Like we said, a lot on the line here. The final 5 games of Season 2 of Series E, and now here during Pringles week, I believe we should be joining them on board with Team Pop-Tarts, the winners of game number 1 right now, typically dropping on the eastern side of the map. And so this is going to be a little bit of a later drop for them with the flight path coming out from this plane, but they are going to be over there by Overlook, it seems. Typically, on the open nights, they'll be taking Geyser, but because of the constant 50-50s that they were fighting up against 303 throughout the regular season, they're opting to just go for the Overlook and the no-name spread. So it looks like we have another Skyhook Circle, Tom.
And this Skyhook Circle is, you see pings going down over towards the train station building. Actually, Razor finds themselves in a fight. Tech is going to get a knock. That's going to be Stunny as well. It's going to be Rice Krispie Treats. Serial's fairly weak. Hacula's over here baiting the fake res out while there's a 2-on-2 situation. And I wonder if Sunny knows where these players are still, because there's the scan. You know that he's knocked outside the door. And will they have enough confidence or even just enough loot to go and push Team Razor in this situation? That Thermite not knocking the door down is a fairly big deal, because now both players could decide how they want to go and play this one. And it looks like Team Razor is electing to play around the bubble, which is exactly what you need to do. Hacula is going to take a high ground angle with the Spitfire, not able to connect with the shots. And now it's going to be up to Tech and Bird to come and finish this one off. Tech is fairly healthy, but a great angle from Serial and the nice job of using the knockdown shield. It's not going to be enough. Tech is going to be able to finish him off, and only 2 bullets left in that flat line.
Yeah, you have plenty of HP to back it up, though, and they do finish this one off. Team Razor going down early, already down to 19 squads here, and it's going to be important now to get basically over this 50-50 as quickly as possible, recover and start moving. We saw how important positioning is for a Skyhook Circle. This one's a little bit different. Might be pulling a little bit more towards eastern. Skyhook could go over to the train tunnel. We'll see how fast they move. But of course, the 50-50s generally slow down your rotations. On board with CLG, who are here. And so this is one of those squads who can prioritize gaining one of the best positions here, but they've got to duke it out first. They might have Team Liquid ahead of them right now. As you can see, a Valkyrie backing off into market, and CLG are going to go ahead and full send this one in as they are starting to make their advance through these bubbles. They got the first knock onto Albralele. There's the second onto Nocturnal, and yeah, it is Team Liquid on the other side, flanking with a little bit of fight left in him, but it's a 2v1, and CLG will take that comfortably. It really shouldn't be. Nope, never mind. There is the third party coming in. Here's 2 brains, 1 controller. They're able to redeploy back onto this one. Slurpee G taking out Madness, but Fax does take one out of his own. They get the instant thirst, but 2 brains, 1 controller will lose out on Tech. They'll have the respawn beacon and get right back into things. What a fast rotation coming out from 2 brains, 1 controller to really take advantage of this third party.
Will they get back into things, though? That's the question. This respawn is directly where the zone potentially is going to end. And you can see Slurpee G's popping the Phoenix over towards the side. I was a little bit worried because Slurpee G flies in, takes a lot of damage. Peach was fairly late to the party, but the damage was already done to CLG by Team Liquid. And there goes the bubble coming through. Navi's looking for some damage, though. You can see they're holding the high ground, and they should be able to at least lay some damage down, but no, the shot's not going to connect for Nesh, and it looks like they are going to be able to escape. Oh, Tech does get knocked, but throughout all of that, I just don't know if Navi's willing to give up their position and chase that kill.
Yeah, it's a very strong position here on top of the drill, you know. We saw how many teams can survive here. TSM have actually showed up now to try and punish 2 Brains, 1 Controller. Peach going down again. There's the re-knock onto him, and 2 Brains, 1 Controller are just going to call it here on that one. They're going to go ahead and back off. It looks like all the way over towards Trials maybe even. But Snipe Down does not want to let them get away. He does have the Beast of the Hunt going that entire time. And Na'Vi from that sniper post up top, they get a knock onto Slurpee G. So 2 Brains, 1 Controller now just down to 1.
And it's all because of that res. I mean, it's just so tough in that situation. You really hope that you would have a mobile respawn beacon. However, we have to take a look at what Team Cheez-It is doing because they are in a fight over towards the sorting side. You can see Joey Blackout isn't interested in putting a cell down yet. He's more interested in ADSing and trying to find out where these players are going while he's got the Beast of the Hunt active. Only 4 seconds left, has 1 more scan if he wants to go and use that one. And that's going to be huge because you'll see those 3 players have made their way down towards the lower office, but the player outlines show another team creeping over towards the south. I'm not sure if they're aware of that.
Yeah, with this many teams in the area, Team Cheez-It might just call it back off. But again, understand the situation that they're in. They're not just playing for today, they're playing for the overall season and basically securing a spot into Season 3 of Series E as well. So you have to weigh a lot of risk. It's Flashpoint that's playing out a banana right now that are actually mirroring and paralleling this squad that's moving down to the southern side. And so Flashpoint might be able to catch them out, but no, they decide to opt out of this one with that Valkyrie redeploy on board with Nestle, who find themselves in a fight outside of Harvester currently on the south side of that train yard tunnel currently. And they're going to be safe through this defensive bombardment with that bubble. They pop the bat as well. Bambino with the scan, but they've already gone for the peek. He takes so much damage. Dracos has gone down, and Trinal is the only healthy one on Nestle's side. We'll see if they can answer back at all. They get at least 2 knocks, and there we go. Bring it down to the 1v1. Saucer from Renegades hitting up that bat as Trinal is trying to find anything here. That actually buys Saucer just enough time to go for that full heal. He's going to push up and have the HP advantage up against Trinal and should be able to finish him off. Sorcerer will take him out, and Renegades survive, but they need to get Bowser back into this game.
Nice aggressive play there from Saucer, recognizes the situation. It's tough in the 30-30 to pull that one off, but we do have Team Cheez-It with the scuffle over towards the side. Nice, massive shots coming in from Rakinishu. That's going to be Z Davis in the vicinity. And I want to say I saw like Tech riding around somewhere. I don't know if that was like some sort of weird spectator glitch, but Kupski is now the last player alive, and that's going to be Team Cheez-It coming in with the finish there over towards this Harvester side. So nice job getting some huge kills there, because we all know how important these points are on the final day here of Series E. And that's Team Pop-Tarts making a rotation. Joey Blackout actually goes down to Presley, so we do have at least 3 or 4 teams potentially over here.
Yeah, Tech was definitely there, and he was trying to go for a very, very wide res back onto his team, but it looks like Team Cheez-It will go down to the delayed third party of Team Pop-Tarts. This might actually buy time for Tech to find an opening to try and find that res. I mean, this is what Tech has done in the past for 2 Brains, 1 Controller. Back when he was on Crypto, he was able to frequently get his team back on in, but this time around, I think, you know, utilizing the mobility of the Valkyrie has been a little bit more important right now. As you can see, currently Renegades with 3 kills, Rice Krispie Treats with 3 as well.
Oh, dude, how much does this graphic cost? This is $1 million graphic. You can see, I love that it has the amount of players that are still alive too, for each team, and the legend that they're playing. So nice job coming through for the Series E production team over at Esports Arena. Look at this high ground play coming in for Team Rockstar. They're interested in getting out of here because there's a couple teams, and we know how difficult it is to get out of these chokes. So they're trying to full send on over towards the Skyhook area. Makes things a little bit difficult though, because you're trying to scan players on the outside if you're Valkyrie, but you don't know exactly which players are going to be inside the buildings.
Ooh, Matt Pickett taking a lot of damage there, but Team Pringles now still in the fight. Over here by Harvester, currently Phony is dropped down low and he'll back up. Impulse and Lucas should have more HP though. It's Renegades on the other side. They've lost out on 2. It's just Sorcerer left. Team Pringles now left in the 3v1. Should be able to finish this one off safely as they just jump on in with that jump pad and take him out. Team Pringles coming up with this, a lot of kills here in the early game for themselves.
Such a weird spot. I mean, not really a weird spot to pick up a lot of kills. This is typically a spot where you see a lot of action, but based on a skyhook zone, I'm kind of blown away that that many teams filtered through that choke area coming out of train. Now we see what C9 is doing. They're over towards the opposite tunnel and they're on the platform looking for some action. That could be a team inside and it could be another team on the outside. So they are surrounded right now, and it's going to be up to Stay Naughty to try to find a scan, and a correct scan. He's going to scan away from the tunnel back onto the team towards the hill. So the tunnel's actually safe, which is huge for C9, because if they were stuck out in the open, that's one of the more open spots that you have in all of World's Edge. There's not a lot of places to go. So C9 should be safe, and they're starting to slowly but surely make their way into Skyhook. Seems like they're a little bit scared, though, of entering this building without Naughty coming in with the scan, and that's exactly what they're doing, just biding their time until that resource comes right back on up. Team Applejacks, oh man, Senpai with the shots.
Oh man, you can see they're also just up against it. An armor situation not great. Dupe had the highest HP with that blue armor, but looks like they will survive for now. Rockstar themselves took a lot of damage. You can see Cheese Fries getting that assist from his buddies. The bubble does go down on top of him. He does have that gold armor, so he'll be able to heal up rather quickly, but Rockstar are taking this priority position here in Skyhook. We saw, of course, that ring pulling over here towards train station. They're the team that's going to be holding it down for the time being, but it's for how long? It does look like 2 brains, 1 controller. We're able to actually recover. As you can see, Tech got Slurpee G back into this game at the very least. I don't know if they got their 3rd. Here's Team Intel, though, on the western side of the zone. Team Cheez-It are out. I believe Applejacks, yeah, they're still up. And so Team Intel are looking to continue to grow that lead up against those 2 squads.
And the coexisting is going to continue, but this is a lot less squads that we had before. Remember when we were moving into zone number 4 and zone number 5, we had 14, 15 squads here. Because of the fighting that was happening on rotation, things are going to be just a little bit more chill. And fortunately for Team Intel, they're the team that's on the roof, and they're obviously rocking Gibraltar here with 6, and he's the key just in case any defensive bombardments get laid down. That's typically how you know the team on the bottom wants to send it, because they want to use your bubble, and they want to fight around that and start to limit the amount of resources that you have. But here's the overhead fly camera, and you can see TSM is still locking down a priority building, and there shouldn't be much action here actually in the next 2 minutes or so. I think once this zone closes and teams realize what the exact Skyhook zone is going to be, that's when you're going to see fights. And remember that when this happened, when the zone moved from zone number 3 to 4, then when it moved from zone number 4 to 5, one of the most active teams was TSM. They took fights immediately. And that's one of the keys, is you're going to realize that as well. As soon as that happens, teams are going to say, okay, it's not even worth coexisting here. We're going to try to take you out. And that's what I'm expecting probably with Team Intel, but the fights on the edge are not stopping. Team Pringles still trying to make their way in.
Yeah, they should be roughly safe here to take this fight, as it looks like TSM have found a fight of their own. Onmu going down, but here's the full send out from Team Pringles. It might just be a rat, honestly, with the way that they're chasing after this Valkyrie, trying his best to survive. It's going to be Slippery G to go down. He gets thirsted off, so Tech left to by himself once again. It's a top 13 squad situation, as the scan does go out behind them, and Team Pringles, they can delay their move into Skyhook and just stay around here in Countdown for a moment. They've picked up a few kills along the way, so they're definitely happy with the how they're playing this one out so far. Just playing and committing to the edge for the time being. They do come from the southern side of the map, and so you can see how you have to be able to play both of those play styles. Being able to get a center priority position, or just being able to commit to the edge. It looks like Team Intel are slowly making their way down this building, as they do have Cloud9 actually in there with them for the time being.
This is kind of a tricky spot right now for Team Intel because really you don't have an opportunity to check all around you, right? Because you know Pringles is trying to make their way down the hill, but at the same time, Team Pringles has no idea that there's two really solid squads that are basically gatekeeping them. And the way that they are set up right now, you know that you have to watch these stairs. You have to constantly be scanning right now. So you really only have one player to look around, and that's Panders, and he's AFK in a corner.
Yeah, he's going to take his moment here as scans do come out. And so, yeah, definitely need to keep your wits about you in this situation with Cloud9 underneath you, with Na'Vi, I believe, on that sniper post, looking to just take shots at you whenever they get the opportunity. You need to make sure that you're keeping track of everyone. The scan comes down, they do notice that there's another team, of course, on the building just to their southeast currently. But as this ring starts closing in, they're going to have to make a move shortly here. Team Intel have been great about the positioning. Now with Third Impact surviving that early game, it does look like 2 brains, 1 controller will get finished off by Team Pringles. Tech did get the full 3 back on up, but they will go down once again. Now Third Impact, seeing that the ring does pull away to the north, they're making their move, but Ballon G is taking a lot of damage. He will be able to make a pit stop inside this building, and the Krabers in the hands of Jazz. We'll see if Ziki can get another one for them, securing that drop for them.
I never realized when the drop lands how much smoke actually kind of pops up. It looked like a mini Bangalore smoke once that hits the ground, and they're going to end up having 2 great weapons here, which is phenomenal as we see what's going on in the world of Team Rockstar. They actually get the knock right there on Charlotte Phoenix. That's going to be Asura. Charlotte Phoenix 5th place last game. They're going to be eliminated fairly early. Cheese Fries was just a sliver away from death. But look at this. The third party is coming in through the window. Gold armor is going to be super useful here for Cheese Fries. And that's going to be just 2 syringes until you're back over towards the full health. And that is the push coming in from C9. It's Naughty with the PK. And 6 is the one not only getting knocked, but finished. That's a horrible situation for Team Intel. You can see, based on this next zone, they are in. So they would have been feeling themselves here over towards the side.
Yeah, and this is where Cloud9 should feel comfortable to make the push now. It's Team Pringles trying to push up against Third Impact, but they're in a rotation. They lose out on 1. Metro holding the high ground here, doing a lot of damage up against Cloud9, but the bubble's about to dissipate here, and they have to be careful. You can see all the fire coming in from every single angle, and Metro will be punished for that. It's going to be Pop-Tarts Stomps that picks that one up, and the defensive bombardment to finish them off. Reps picks that one up. Team Intel going down in 11th place there. I don't know if they even got any kill points as well. Team Pringles not out of the fire quite yet, as Pop-Tarts have turned their focus onto them now, and Presley gets finished off, and it's going to be Phony left to himself as Fury bleeding out with 1 HP left to go on the ground. Now the ring closing in. He will suffer his fate there on the edge of the zone, will bleed out to that, and Phony can just only watch on. He does get scanned by this squad, and they realize he is a solo, so they'll keep an eye on him and try to suss out his situation with the nades. We'll see if Phony can make this cross the bubble down for himself, but you can see the focus coming out from that squad in the 2-story building, keeping an eye on him, and it's just a matter of time. And oh boy, he can't see a thing because of the ring, and Third Impact will pick that one up.
You just feel for him. I mean, hip fire charge rifle, not really what you're hoping for to get out of that type of situation. You're really hoping that your whole team is alive, and that's why you're carrying that type of combo on the Gibraltar. But Team Pop-Tarts is in another prime position here. Yes, they're, doing a tough rotation with the portal, but you can see that's how you need to do it. You need to try to coexist over towards any type of these floors, make your way through, and Luke's has been playing a very solid Wraith here in Season 2. Spitfire EVA 8 Purple Bolt will be fairly strong too, but they are going to have to advance not only past the team coexisting with them in the building, but the team that is going to be inside of Market. And then you can see the pings going down over towards where they want to do eventually get on the C9 side. So this is going to be a very interesting 45 seconds once this one closes, because there's only going to be 1 or 2 teams safe here, and the rest of them have to fight their way in.
And we will go as we are getting into that time in the game where, yeah, a lot of things are going to pop off. Thank you, as Cloud9 will take out 2 of Team Pop-Tarts there. This is the 5th ring, and so yeah, now this is where the culling happens. So many teams going down now. We're down to our top 8. Pop-Tarts lose out on Lucas. It'll be nearly impossible to get back in. Zach Mazer will back off to the safety of this building once again, but they should be ready to peek their head out in just a moment, and they need to, as they have to start making this rotation. TSM's going to try their best to play gatekeeper, and you have to imagine if it's Imperial Hell on the other side, they've got some jump pads ready for themselves right now. They want to take out Cloud9 throughout this rotation here. As you can see, the jump being used on the other side, but they are ready for the landing there, and they are just stuck as the knocks do go down. And TSM will be cleaning this up very shortly. There it is, the knock on to Stay Naughty, and there's only one left, I believe, for Cloud9. And it is going to be Cloud9 getting finished off. Applejack still alive throughout all of this, making their move now, coming out from that mid sniper tower. But it looks like they will have the safety of defense to work off of. It's just Aves by himself. TSM might be in a little bit of trouble here, but Cheese Fries has to back off as Rockstar try to get involved in this fight. Aves will get finished off. Applejack's going down. We're now down to our top 5 squads remaining. Might have a rat throughout all of this, but the ring has slowed down, and Cheese Fries will go ahead and pop that Beast of the Hunt just in case TSM decide to send it on them.
I either have a rat or some ratty teams out here. Not quite sure exactly which one that is gonna be, as we take a look at what's going on with. That's going to be Rice Krispie Treats on the fence, laying down some huge shots. That's going to be Zicky and Balanji going down. Jazz is the last player, and Tech's going to get the finish. So that was a 2-on-3 for Rice Krispie Treats. That actually goes in their favor. Tech's going to be rewarded with the kill lead. 1,100 damage as well. Scans coming through from both sides. Pickett is looking like he wants to get involved, but doesn't take flight how he wanted to.
Ooh.
Still lands some decent damage throughout all of that, even though he didn't get the height that he was hoping for. And do they want to send on this one? I mean, that's already a good burst coming in from both sides. There's the flank coming in from behind. That's going to be TSM. Cheese Fries with a nice burst. There goes the scan as well. Heel's going to come through from both sides. Pickett going to take to the sky, using the bubble, putting his feet over towards the top so he's not getting hit. And there is the finish. Team Rockstar going to eliminate TSM. Will another team come to third party? You can see this is going to be a 3-on-3-on-1, I believe.
This might be a 3v2v2. I believe. Rice Krispies surviving as a duo right now, and then we have a duo on the northern side currently. GS Bird with that off angle has got the Spitfire. Was not able to get a knock with it though, giving away his position now, but it doesn't seem like they're actually quite aware of where he is. But oh boy, beautiful spray on to Matt Pickett. Na'Vi is the other duo still alive here, and now gold bag res with that quick res as well. It's going to allow Matt Pickett to quickly reset on this one. Rockstar cannot throw this win away. They have the numbers advantage. Oi Senpai cowering in a corner throughout this defensive bombardment as well. You can see they are starting to back away off of this one, try to force those other 2 squads to fight up against each other. They've done so much damage to RKT. Will Na'Vi be able to steal away any of these kills? Na'Vi full sending it now onto Rockstar. Kuya taking a lot of damage here, but he does a lot in return to Oi Senpai, who is still alive. Matt Pickett decides to go for that bat. No team's ready to push quite yet now, as they do go for the full reset on the side of Team Rockstar. Here comes out the peak. Rockstar are starting to pick things up. Oi Senpai gets down. Now it's going to come down to this final 1v2, and Rockstar, unfortunately, were not able to clean up fast enough, and Na'Vi steal the victory away.
Na'Vi, one of those experienced Skyhook teams, and they just waited for their opportunity. They added pressure, and then they just backed off, which was really interesting to see them do. I think that kind of threw Team Rockstar off. It also threw them over towards Rice Krispie Treats. And in that, 3-on-2-on-2 situation, you really hope to slow play that just a little bit more and try to force teams into each other, like Team Intel was doing such a good job of yesterday. But Rockstar seemed to be a little bit, discombobulated in terms of where they wanted to put their focus on. They couldn't focus on, one team. And if you split your focus in between both of them, both teams will probably take advantage of that. I feel like that's what happened. But a good job by Na'Vi as just a duo.
Yeah, they were able to get that win here. And now it's important, of course, every single point here as we move through the final 4 games of the season. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E right after this.
So I usually play Octane for my team because his paths are very versatile and you can get easy rotates. And since I'm playing Octane and I go fast, I usually like running like an R3 or PK or just any decent mid-range gun and a shotgun.
Some of our open teams here, basically just looking and hunting them down. I love the counterplay to throw 2 grenades down at once. One player tosses one. Nice shots coming in from Fury. Looks like he's using the Kraber, but no, that's just the bow. And is this thing nerfed? Forward rotation had a little bit of a difficult time. Had to go back and heal. As it doesn't matter for Team Pringles. They're not going to heal. They're going to continue to push.
I mean, we don't really play edge or center zone. We like vary depending on the lobby. Like if we see the lobbies like dying out super fast and we're missing out on so many free kills, sometimes we'll just start playing edge. But if it's just a chill lobby and nobody's like hard W king, we'll just play center zone and just take the dubs. For all your Pringles products, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
For flavored splash.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Series E. It is Pringles Week and the final day of Season 2. We saw Navi able to third party and grab the win there as Rice Krispies Treats and Rockstar were duking it out in that final circle. Let's check our post-game stats here for the second game of the day. And make sure you guys keep following along. We see Intel, Cheez-It, and Applejacks fighting for that fourth place spot. Meanwhile, Team Razor, I believe, was 0 points through their first 2 games. Very rough start to the day for them. I know somebody in the studio is probably very disappointed with that. Team Pods are still looking strong. But it is Kohia leading the way for Navi. 6 kills for him, kill leader here for this game. There he is, yes! We got the shot, yes! Yes, finally I get to be toxic to Shimonahi on stream, and he is actually here to hear it. Nesh with the damage lead, over 2,200 damage there. Tons of storylines to follow. The day is not done yet, okay? 4 more games to go, so don't go anywhere. Razor still has a shot, but they certainly made that climb a lot more difficult here as we run down the stretch. We are running out of time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we got game number 3 brought to you by Jamerson and T-Squared.
So I played Gibraltar for my team, and probably my favorite gun combinations, it's pretty toxic, but I like using a charge rifle or a bow. Pretty much any gun that I can just poke at people and they can't do anything back to me, just because I like to be mean to people and know that I can't get punished for it because I'm shooting you from 400 meters away.
Presley coming through, and Pringles silently having a really solid game. And oh, I bet Presley's eyes are lighting up right now. He doesn't even have to look. He just has to just keep shooting. And he's gonna pick up a ton of kills. Presley taking.
So on Tuesdays, we usually stick to Sorting Factory, and then pretty much anyone that comes to Sorting Factory, we usually either kill them off drop or we will just run them down. And then on Wednesday, depending on how that week before went and also how ranked has been going, we will either give up sorting and go somewhere else and try not to mess with the pro teams. That way we can all get good practice. We're a very dynamic team, so we can pretty much just play from anywhere and just deal with the cards that were dealt. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Hey, Shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Cheez-It snapped.
How's it taste?
It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
As of right now in the Apex Legends meta, I am using Gibby or Bloodhound, depending on where you watch me from. As of right now, the gun combinations that I do use are the Charge Rifle and the Eva on Gibby. And if I'm going with Bloodhound, I use something close range, like a Volt or like an R9 as well. Those are my primarily used guns. And yeah.
You know, actually looking at Lava City, those one squad that's closer to Team Cheez-It is actually going to be Lonely Fans, so that's going to be interesting to see because they will run into each other based on rotations. But it's going to be Team Pringles with Phony. He's the epitome of one. He's going to hold the door to heal up safely, but it looks like he's trying to trick him, being able to break the shield in time. Oh!
So usually in Series E on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we usually figure out beforehand who's in the lobby, and if we're able to claim a spot that we want, we usually take it. And if we're not able to, we usually fight for the spot that we do want that has most likely the best loot. So that would imply like sorting or epi just for our play style. We would just take those two, and that's just mostly for Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Coming up into the champs, we will be taking epi whenever complexity is not there, and then Lava Fisher whenever SSG is not in the lobby and complexity is in our lobby. If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
What's up, it's Fury, and if you want to play like me, you gotta snack like me.
Getting that onto Wizzy now. Rambo did take a lot of damage. Here's the bow check bow for Fury. He pushes up his for the 63, and they get the knock onto Nate.
Up hard two, once again, playing in circle, by the way, playing very slowly. And meanwhile, Pringles, on the other end of things, not playing so slowly. They are...
For all your Pringles products, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Alright, so we're gonna hold right here, and then when this team starts pushing up, just get to these boxes right here, and then we're gonna bubble left, and then we're gonna aggro on them, okay? Alright.
Right here. Move up, move up. 130 on the Gibby. I'm bubbing up. Get in here.
I think I can push up this guy by myself. I can kill him. Nice, I got him. That's one more squad. We're chilling, we're good.
Alright, let's go. 50. He's blood.
Two dead. Two knocked on. He's one. Apex.
Got him. Last one, Jibby. Dead. Nice. GG. Let's go.
Good shit, bro.
GG's.
If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles,
Make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
And you can cop yourself some Pringles.
Well, originally when I was trying to come up with my gamer tag, I was coming up with these really stupid, cheesy gamer tags. Like, the only one I really remember was Taco Cat, and I was like, oh, that sounds so cool. It's the same backwards, forwards. And I was like, yeah, that's so stupid. So I asked my brother for a gamer tag. He was like, yeah, just put Fury, it sounds cool. I was like, you know what, you're right. And I've been keeping that gamer tag ever since. For all your Pringles products, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. 2 games down, 4 games left to go to finish off this season. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is currently in the lead now after 2 games. We've had 2 Skyhook endings as well, so hopefully the ring will have something a little bit different for us. But taking a look at this leaderboard, it's crazy how close it is amongst our top 4.
I thought today was Skyhook Day. I didn't know it was Pringles Week. I thought it was Skyhook Week, the way that we've seen these zones continuing to pull. But it's pretty similar to what we saw in game number 1, where we saw TSM, Pop-Tarts kind of popping up, and they were, having decent performances throughout. Not their best, but it was Rockstar and Na'Vi towards the tail end that are putting up very similar points, and you could see why this is so tight, because they were 2 exact back-to-back zones. So no one's able to really have a crazy, crazy game like you would see out of maybe Team Intel yesterday. But again, the crazy part is how Na'Vi was able to win that with just a duo. Rice Krispie Treats, Na'Vi, and Rockstar were the final teams in that final circle right there, and they were able to pull that one out. And speaking of Team Intel, they're still not that far off track, sitting in 6th place. Let's look at the Mobile One accumulative leaderboard. And Jamerson, looks like we are still as close as ever over here.
Yeah, 8 points separating Team Intel from Team Cheez-It, but Team Cheez-It's still only 1 point above Team Applejacks. So these final 4 games, we're going to keep an eye on that all night long. The lead for Team Pop-Tarts, though, growing up against Team Razor right now. Team Razor haven't been able to get much going, while Team Pop-Tarts have found some success so far across the last 2 games. So they're getting closer and closer to securing that 2nd place finish for themselves. So a lot on the line here. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high-performance moment of game number 2, though. Again, things playing out very similarly to what we saw in game number 1. It came down to teams having the priority positions, to taking the western side, taking the northern side, taking the southeast side. I don't know if we have the moment right now, but anyhow, let's go ahead and continue talking about it. Heading into game number 3, the Mobile One high performance mode. Here it is, Team Rockstar. This is the moment where they decide to send it on to TSM on the other side of this, and Matt Pickett starts it off with some beautiful damage there, keeping a lot of the attention from TSM onto him, and you can see Cheese Fries going in for the flank.
Cheese Fries hits this flank very nicely, and one of the things I didn't realize is he actually got a previous knock onto Bird throughout all of this. They just never got the finish. So throughout this Mobile One high performance moment, they actually had 4 knocks, just 3 kills, and TSM is not an easy team to wipe like that. And I think right now this scan was pretty big coming in from Snipe Down, but the way that they were able to play around the scan, and then Cheese Fries takes this very aggressive angle. I mean, this is a ballsy angle to take, to go and climb up, expose your back towards everybody. Senpai is baiting and switching over towards the fence. You have another player trying to bait and switch on top of the balcony. That's going to be Matt Pickett. And then the call out comes out from behind, and then Hal realizes, oh man, I have to turn around and stop clambering up this wall. While that's happening, Pickett takes to the sky, drops back down. So everybody does a phenomenal job of baiting and switching here. And this is what I love to see from Matt Pickett, because he is a player that gets in your face. He likes to cause a lot of action. So if he could figure out how to utilize the Valkyrie in these skirmishes, that's going to be the perfect type of legend for him based on his skill set. So I like to see that he's able to open up with this initial damage, and the rest of his team's able to follow this up, because again, that's TSM. That's one of the best teams, if not the best team that we have in North America. It's very rare that you're able to come up and just blind flank like that. Not only that, to win a fight so cleanly against them.
Yeah, and again, they weren't able to finish it off, but they did pick up a number of kill points along the way. So it was still a very good game for Team Rockstar. As we head into the 3rd game of the day, Let's go ahead and just set the stakes once again. We have 4 spots up to secure your way into Season 3, and then 5 teams that don't make it into the top 4 will be relegated to go through qualification process once again. So it's super important to perform well right now. The 3 teams that are in the running for that final spot to avoid relegations: Team Intel, Team Cheez-It, along with Team Applejacks, and it's Intel with the narrow lead amongst against those other 2 squads right now. I believe like 7 or 9 points, I forget exactly. But here we go, heading into game number 3.
And you can see Nog already has a purple armor for C9, and that's before anyone else has even landed on the Navi side. So on board with the Lava Fisher squad, who seems to be having this for free. Max Strafe didn't get the flight path that I was hoping for. He actually eats a little bit of the lava over towards the side. And now we have Team Razor over towards the back of Dome. I was not anticipating Team Razor to get in a fight back here. I didn't even know that 2 teams were considering going towards Dome. We'll have to find out exactly who this other Psycho squad is.
And we'll find out in just a moment. The opening damage coming out from Razor first, and it looks like it is going to be Flashpoint. I believe I saw C. Davis there. They have the blue armor at the very least onto him, but it's Team Razor with all the initiative here, setting up the angles. As you can see, I'm watching them go out, hitting huge, but up top, you've got the Gibraltar doing a lot of damage. Zero Tricky goes down, but it's in exchange for 2, and it's all up to 1 here left. Or Flashpoint as Finicky gets finished off. Team Razor will pick up the +3, and they do it fast enough. No, they don't. Here comes the third party already out from, I believe, Team Cheez-It. Yeah, here's Rakanishu, and Prodigy Ace is looking to punish this 50-50.
Oh no, Rakanishu doesn't realize that the res is happening over towards the side. Instead, they're so focused on ADSing that they're going to allow Team Razor to reset. And that just small decision right there could determine, honestly, if they're going to end up making it, because these 3 points are everything. Not just that, you're eliminating one of our other partner teams, starting to snowball the loot, and now Team Cheez-It is going to have to fully reset over towards the side, which potentially opens them up to a third party as well. So just the lack of aggression right there from Team Cheez-It, also the lack of Joey Blackout being there for the scan is a huge deal, and let's see if they're going to be able to recover. It doesn't seem like the other team has ran away fully quite yet. They're still interested in fighting. Nice little headshot there coming with the flatline for Prodigy Aces. There's the counter scan coming in. Joey Blackout's going to have to go and start pushing with his own scan throughout all of this, and Rakanishu is going to go and take an off angle. This is a huge fight for Team Cheez-It to try to finish off.
They're backing them up more and more into a corner. There's only so far they can run. The bubble has been used from Team Razor's side. They're on the other side of this eggshell here, and now this is where you do have to be careful. The team from launch are actually moving up on this, so the sandwich is coming out here. As you get the scan down, Joey Blackout has to get behind cover here as Team Pringles show up for this fight. And so this might be what actually saves Team Razor. We'll see how aggressive Team Pringles are throughout all of this, but Presley took a lot of damage here as he backs away now, popping that beast in the hunt for himself. The bubble was used to get him to safety behind some cover, but now Team Cheez-It are going for the full send through that bubble. Presley dropped down to about 15 HP. It's Joey Blackout in the front lines, but Rakanishu is the first one to fall. Prodigy Aces will be able to never mind, does not get one at all. Joey Blackout just picking up the kill onto Phony. This might be Team Razor coming in for the third party. Now it's flipping the script onto them. They might have been able to recover. We'll see how dogged they are in their determination to hunt them down. Team Rice Krispies, though, find themselves in a fight over here by Train Yard. But oh my goodness, Trade's going down, but Zero Tricky will be able to finish him off. And Team Razor bought themselves enough time, funneling those 2 teams into each other and getting the ultimate win in this fight.
If Team Cheez-It doesn't make it into Season 3, I mean, I'm going to almost look at that play right there, where the lack of hesitation to go and push onto Team Razor, but also just the nonchalant, blind aggression into another team when you realize that there are 2 teams in the vicinity is just very, very confusing to me. Team Cheez-It with an unorthodox play. I mean, that rotation to come through, leave Lava City, go in third-party Dome, all of that was perfect, but they just didn't play aggressive enough. And I look at that as basically 6 kill points that were gone. I felt like that was an easy wipe onto Team Razor. Not only that, Team Pringles was not looking good in terms of loot. They all had gray armor. The weapons weren't that great. They're going to be going against a team that just got done picking 3 death boxes plus the other team as well. I mean, that is just not good for Team Cheez-It. And you know who's loving that? Team Intel's loving that. Team Applejacks is loving that. This is an opportunity now, before we hit halftime, for these two teams to potentially separate themselves just a little bit further and make things just a little bit less stressful for these final 3 games.
Here's Renegades over at Lava Fissure find themselves in a small engagement. They do have a squad actually isolated out as they were going for the crafting themselves. The 2 players below them, a third trying to reconnect underneath that bridge right now, but Saucer is connecting with these wingman shots, doing a lot of damage here. They're not ready to send it quite yet. They have not connected on the middle of this building quite yet, but here they go. The scan down from Sorcerers. The full send out from this squad. Pal by himself, though, will be able to use that passive from the Valkyrie, but Bowser has been cracked, and now it's all up to Sorcerer to try and hold the line here as he pushes up, forcing that squad back on in, but they're going to push out aggressively onto him, get the knock. It's going to be Slurpee G here, but Pal with the flank will get the knock, onto Tech, and now it's the 2v1 for Renegades, as they will be able to clean that one up. Are there any third parties in play here? Looks like they're relatively safe and should be able to pick this one up. I'm surprised that a team like Intel aren't in the area for this rotation to try and take advantage of this, but Renegades will be able to get the +3 and safely reset. It looks like Team Intel are starting to make their way on up, though, and they are in the area now.
Rockstar actually finds themselves in a fight with Nestle Splash towards the train side. You can see some good PK shots coming in, but Ronnie's already going to be down, and that means it should be a fairly easy reset coming in for Team Rockstar. They just need to heal up, figure out how they're going to go and approach the situation, and that's how they're going to go and approach it. Just straight up the zip line right there into the face of Dracos. There goes the finish. The actual finisher comes through, and now Bambino trying to put his quick boots on, but I don't think they're going to be able to get away. As the scan comes through, Pickett also could take to the high ground if he wanted to go and chase this just a little bit more, and has a little bit of a respawn on his utility, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to still find this player nonetheless. Just a matter of time before the finish comes through, and you like to see that from Team Rockstar. I mean, that's an aggressive play over towards train. It's not easy to take out the players that are sitting in the train cart, but Ronnie is the player that you would want to take down on Nestle Pure Life first and foremost, because in these skirmishes, he's typically the one that's doing the most damage, and they're able to get him originally, so it made that fight just a little bit easier.
On board with Rice Krispies over here at Frag West, Frag West. Currently, the ring's starting to pull up towards the northern side of the map once again, but this time it's going to be a frag circle, maybe even a survey camp. But with the positioning coming out from Rice Krispies, we expect it to go over here, and you have a great building to be holding for the time being. It's going to be very similar to how we saw games 1 and 2 play out. When you get these city endings with a lot of buildings, teams won't be able to hold up, and we won't see much action until about the 3rd or 4th rings. But we do still have a lot of teams playing the edges, so we'll see if that expectation gets upset right now. But Rice Krispies will take a moment to just gain their bearings here, as Stunny looks like they do have a team quite possibly on the other side of this. He's going to try and grief that door, but he gets shot from all the way over at Frag East. Here comes a kidnap attempt from Tech, but they just close the door on him and say, no, this is not happening today. Team Intel over here at Skyhook go in for a very late rotation, really roundabout rotation, looking for the fights on the edges here. I'm surprised they actually found a team here. But they have 1 minute and 30 to work on this right now. They've got the high ground as well, but it looks like it might be multiple squads or just one squad completely disconnected here. And Charlotte Phoenix find themselves in a fight up against Team Applejacks right now. Amu and Asura already down.
Was Intel rotating, or were they just predicting another Skyhook zone? I think that's what they were going for. Applejacks actually going to dip out now after putting down some damage towards the bottom of Epicenter. And I like this play. Regroup, get back on over towards the high ground, figure out exactly how you're going to approach this situation, especially with Team Cheez-It being eliminated. Razor looking good with the shots coming in from Hakulo. And Hakulo was a huge reason why they're even able to still be fighting right now, because of the shots that he had early game with the flat line. He's going to be bailing, though, with that Volt. Serial's the one trying to lay down the cover fire, and they did a little bit of a swap in terms of their composition. You could see Serial switching, obviously, from Octane to Bloodhound, but more importantly, Hakulo going on over towards that Wraith just to try things out a little bit differently on the rotations, as they are going to be playing the choke Maybe not for quite some time because they need to rotate, but they did have that team behind them. I was curious to see if they're going to do some serious gatekeeping. Team Intel is going to go down and take Na'Vi with them, actually, though. 6 is the one player that needs to get recovered, and they do get that banner, maybe putting it back into that respawn beacon here very shortly, with this only being round 2. And amount of resources that they have should be fairly strong. So it's a great job by Team Intel picking up some more kill points.
Yeah, neither of these teams really getting involved in early game fights, so their economy should be quite high right now. There's no one really in the area to punish them for this res as well, so they should be able to walk this one in with a number of options for the term in terms of rotations to get into the safety of this ring. So Team Intel taking upon themselves to find some early game kills and really start to grow this lead up against Applejacks and Team Cheez-It right now. You can see they are number 2 in terms of points and kills in the game right now. 3 to their name. Team Razor with the early flurry of kills in the first 2 minutes of the game, currently sitting on 7 kills overall.
Just that graphic, man. That graphic is next level. Love it. Razor is... Oh, are they going to go continue to push in? Thought that they may have caught out a team, but it's actually just a ping towards the building. And that's the train station where you see the player outline. So they're going to be safe in this next zone as it closes. Again, it's just round 2, so it's not going to do that much damage. But they are fairly interested in fighting. You could tell with this composition, with Hakulo having the portal, they may even do something crazy like another kidnap attempt or put the portal down over towards the train area to try to create some havoc, and then the other team may consider third partying, and they may just back off and be the third party, similar to what we saw with Pringles and Cheez-It. So I like the way that Razor has made their way all around the map and picking up some kills along the way. But they do have a lot of fights to continue to fight their way out of, because you could see just layers and layers of squads directly in front of them.
And so now, with 1:46 left to go, they have a lot of time to try and weigh their options. Team Applejacks decide to go for the straight-on redeploy over toward that train tunnel just outside of Skyhook and Survey Camp. Might be running into Team Intel here, who are coming in from that res, hitting for the 8 with that PK, but they're safe for now, scanning them and sending Applejacks back. Oh boy, Aves almost got caught out there, getting stuck up on that sign or whatever it was, and they will be safe inside this train tunnel here, and we'll see again if Team Intel try to get aggressive off of this. But you have to imagine, coming in from the ring, they're gonna want to take a moment to heal up.
Definitely, and that could have been an all-out brawl if they ended up getting a little bit closer and not realizing that that team had made the rotation over towards the side, which very well could be Intel. And I believe the defensive bombardment could have been used by 6 to push Applejacks off, which it could have been the correct play, because you are fairly vulnerable coming out of the zone. You're fairly vulnerable, still probably low on resources since you just got rezzed. So I don't know if 6 gets rezzed and even has a defensive bombardment up. So whether that was that being used or even that being Team Intel is remained to be seen. But Applejacks is in a safe spot here in this next zone. I'm looking at if we could maybe find out if anyone has the zone 4 scanned for us. That'll be huge, because right now I'm kind of curious to see where this zone is going to go.
There are a few ways this zone can pull. We saw just yesterday Team Intel getting the win on a very similar circle here as well, but we're on board with Team Razor, who are currently making their way out from Frag East over to Frag West. Now across the bridge, we do have the port out, and they will be able to try and cut off this squad. A little bit discombobulated there as he was ported right into a corner. He takes a lot of damage from that thermite, but Serial will be able to pop that bat. No, Naughty gets the stick with the Arc Star, takes him out, and now Cloud9 smell blood in the water, and they will hunt him down, go up the stairs, but they take a lot of damage there. Another Arc Star doing so much damage to them, but looks like it's going to be TSM coming in for the third party, and Cloud9 gonna have to bail on this one. Zach Mazer getting finished off. Naughty not even able to fully heal up here. How aggressive do TSM get? There goes the scan, and it's gonna be Ballon G from Third Impact that actually gets the knock onto Knocked. So a lot of teams still in the area here at Frag West right now. Naughty the only one up, and it's gonna be Team Pop-Tarts that finish them off. But they got to get into the zone, and that's going to be into another squad as well. Lucas doing some decent damage there, and we'll be able to back off with that Q. They can huddle in a corner together for some safety, but for how long?
I don't know. Stomp's. We got an inside look of Gibby's face right there, and it kind of looks like Ronald McDonald. I'm a little bit scared and concerned for what I just saw. I literally can see Gibby's eyeballs popping out of his head. But that was a very aggressive portal coming in from Hakulo, and they're looking to cause havoc with that type of team composition. The problem is that Thermite, and they didn't even Serial. Unfortunately, didn't give a chance to shoot his gun, just like how Team Pop Tarts really didn't even get a chance to shoot their gun as TSM comes through with the finish. But it was a Thermite that did over 100 damage to Serial, and then he gets hit with an Arc Star for another 100 damage. So it's like, I don't know about that portal, Hakulo. I don't know. I was feeling the aggressive play, but I don't know how Serial's feeling about that one.
I mean, lucky that at least Fuse isn't in the meta right now. But here to go, we do have Applejacks redeploying now, but into danger. It's TSM. That is not the squad you want to see on the other side of this one. Is Dupe will make his way over to market and hit up that bat, but it's just a matter of time before he gets scanned and taken out. RKT looks like was able to thirst off Aves, and so we'll see if Dupe can recover here. Remember, Applejack's one of the 3 teams in the running for that final 4th spot to avoid relegation here in Season 2 of Series E.
And that's why even getting into the top 10 here, getting that, I believe, what is that 1 extra placement point, right? Because you go from, what is it, 9 is 1 extra placement point, or is 10 1 extra placement? I should know this, right? I've been dealing with the same format for quite some time, but either way, just you want to try to get inside that top 10 because that's when the placement points will start to trickle down just a little bit more. So I do like that play from Dupe. I mean, it sucks when you have to bail on your teammate like that, but just running right into snipe down in his flat line, like you said, is the last thing that you're really hoping for. And TSM kind of, huddling inside this building, and there goes, oh, hey, what's up, Dupe?
Again. Oh boy, he does make it up to the roof, but not for long. Dupe will get finished off. Top 11 for Applejacks is going to be full squads here, but Onmu It's taken out by Jazz, and it looks like Charlotte Phoenix only has Asura left alive as Team Intel make their push onto this platform here. Six has no HP left as he goes down. They try to make the push on to this train card here. A lot of teams actually in the area. You got CLG, you got Liquid, and somehow Asura is still alive, biding his time for now. Third Impact as well on the high ground rocks, but how much longer can Team Intel survive here? CLG try to go in for the flank now. Metro is about to go down as he's getting hunted down by two. He will fall, it seems. And Panders is the only one alive, bleeding out in the ring, and he just knows that it's a matter of time, and he will fall. Does out-survive Team Cheez-It and Applejacks, though, which is the important thing for Team Intel, so they will be able to continue to grow this lead up against those two teams. But it's Team Liquid are able to lock down this card, and I mean, what a way to do it. They've got the Watson, and this is the position you want to play in the ring when you have a Watson.
I love Watson as a legend and just as the lure in general, because it really just, again, sets the stage for we own this spot, right? And that's what Liquid's trying to do. They're trying to lock down that platform, but we don't have time to break that down because Rice Krispie Treats is getting into a fight with Rockstar, and now it's just only up to Matt Pickett in a 2-on-1 situation. He's going to take to the sky, try to get over towards the top of the stairs. That's not going to be the case, though. Third party is going to come through. Looks to see and seems to be TSM, and that is the case. Look at the just fast cleanup and the fast reactions from TSM, and not only that, to be able to kind of split up and be checking for the third parties all at the same time. Everybody just making their way together. And I think that's the big thing with TSM is you watch them and they're always all three almost shoulder to shoulder in these type of instances, which really helps for their snowballing of how good they are when it comes to the skirmishes. And now they're trying to snowball some more, again, making their way shoulder to shoulder up this hill, having some players over towards the side, and it's kind of a weird little strafe on the way up. Hal's looking for some damage, though, and are they going to be able to get these players out of the air? So close. Oh, I
feel like Nock actually might have picked one up, and he did. It is Renegades on the other side. Nocturnal with a triple take was able to snipe them out of the air. There's only one left. Nocturnal does give his life for it, going for that wide peak, but Renegades do get taken out. Top 4 squads remaining here is Third Impact now trying to make the push onto TSM. They do trade. It looks like 1-for-1. Snipe down going down. It's going to be the 1v2, and Third Impact will fall. Snipe down. Still on the ground, bleeding out. They get the armor swaps, and it looks like they will be able to recover as it should be. It's looking like a 3v3v1. I don't know exactly how CLG are sitting currently, but I mean, I think that's basically where we're at.
Who is the 13? Is that CLG or is it the team Liquid still
CLG,
live with the
TSM, and Liquid?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so CLG actually has 2, so this is another 3-on-2-on-2 situation, if I'm not mistaken. And Lou is obviously the player that is missing. So, wait. Okay, so Albrelli's in, Flanker's in, and Albrelli's playing the high ground while Madness and Vaxon play over towards the low ground. So this is an interesting spot because Albrelli does own the God spot right now, but obviously you need the full 3-man squad to really feel like you are in a good position. So this is going to be a super interesting zone, and right now we got to really watch how TSM plays this compared to how Team Rockstar played this in the previous game. And yes, the situation's a little bit different. The two teams are fairly close to each other, but just keep in mind how TSM is going to try to slow play this as long as possible and try to own a presence at the same time. So I really think that this is what they specialize in, is not making mistakes when they have the advantage. Let's see if they can finish that off.
Yeah, Hal's the one up there first, though, for his squad. He does get scanned, but that outline is now gone. Just having a mere presence in the middle. The other two holding down in the flank right now with Reps and Snipe down behind him, waiting it out. Allowing them to play the anchor here is, of course, his Imperial Hal playing that initial entry for his squad. But here comes the drop-down flanker and Albrelli, the only ones alive for Liquid now, as it looks like the engagement will start taking place. No, we're back to the neutral. Healing up, coming up from either side. They're trying their best to survive, but there it is. Imperial Hell finds the opening. They'll get the knock onto Flanker, and now Liquid are just down to 1. Albrelli, how much longer can you survive for? Well, not long at all. They got the knock onto Vaxlon as well. And this is about to be a huge W for TSM, picking up kills left and right throughout all stages of the game. They'll take game number 3 of the day.
And they had a solid first 2 games too, but just keep in mind of really how Hal was playing that. Hal had the presence of mind to sweep over towards the side, add pressure onto Team Liquid, but as he was doing that, the internal clock clicked for him, and he rotated back towards where Snipedown was, and Snipedown was holding his own, as Reps was kind of filtering in between both of the players and having support for both of them. And that's one of the things that I really don't think that Rockstar was doing. You saw how split they were. TSM always in shoulder distance of helping, but also Hal is just so aware of the situation and when teams are trying to take advantage of their weaknesses that they don't allow that happen. And TSM, we were talking about it right before that situation, they don't make mistakes when it comes down to winning games, and they were able to win that one.
Yeah, great game number 3, but like you said, Tom, they had 2 strong games before it here, and so they should be taking the overall lead, but right now, our leaderboards are just jam-packed. We're going to go ahead and take a break for our halftime, and when we get back, we'll have the last half of Series E Season 2 after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley here, and I'm about to try the pizza-flavored Pringles. Beautiful. It honestly tastes like I'm just eating an entire pizza right now. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles and you're watching Pringles Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everybody. Halfway through our final day of Season 2 here of Series E. We continue Pringles Week. I am your host, Yeso, back after that last game. TSM grabbing a victory and trying to get back to their old ways. They have many Pro Night victories here in Season 2, and they're looking to do it here one more time to close out the season. Great finish from them there. Meanwhile, keeping tabs on all those other storylines. Much better game from Razor here. They had 0 points through the first 2 games of the day, but they were able to grab 7 kills in that last game, so that's certainly going to help them. They still have a lot of ground to make up, however, as they were down about 45 points behind Pop-Tarts after those first 2 games, so they still have work to do. We will check in on those standings and our Mobile One leaderboard after our next break. Jamerson and T-Square can break those ones down for you as well. Still make sure to keep your eyes on Apple Jacks, Cheez-It, and Intel. Intel trying to open up that gap. Cheez-It was hanging on a little bit. They were down by 8 points going into that third game, but they've got to get things rolling. Haven't seen great games from Apple Jacks and Cheez-It so far, so they need to switch things up here in halftime, have a bit of a mental reset with 3 games remaining in their season. Let's check out our post-game stats here. I believe we have the cumulative stats for the day so far, and it's Hal across the board. Man, TSM, they were up near the top of the standings. Looks like they have grabbed first place here then through the first 3, so good on them. 15 kills for Hal here, averaging 5 per game. Definitely a strong performance, and just under 6,000 damage. Hal is crazy when he shows up on Series E. He frags out no matter who he is playing, and averaging just below 2,000 damage a game is an impressive performance from the TSM IGL. So we'll have to see if TSM can keep things rolling in the back half. They have seemed much weaker over the last few times they have appeared on Series E Pro Night. We've seen many other teams, whether our partnered squads or other pro teams, able to challenge them on a fairly consistent basis over the last 3 to 4 weeks. So the question is, can TSM finish strong here, close out the season with a win, or can somebody else, maybe a Team Pop-Tarts, a Navi, or another squad, upset them and steal their title? You're going to have to stick around and keep watching to find out. We've got 3 games remaining here in Season 2, and it promises to be an exciting run to the finish.
Once I start popping, the bodies don't stop dropping. Yes, sir.
Last member alive as the third party does come through. That's going to be Team Pringles coming in with the grenade. Phony's looking for the last player alive and does a great job of spotting where they're at.
If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
Hey, what's up guys? Presley here, and whether you're a content creator, streamer, or competitive player like myself, I'm never hungry when I have Pringles by my side.
They've taken 2 weeks, not last week, but you know, they were able to take 2 weeks. Pringles already down a member, and they're just trying to find the skirmish, so Pringles already lost his shit.
If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena, and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Okay, so the first gamer tag I ever got was Soccer Boy X, and it was my brother's gamer tag. I just played on his account basically the whole time until I developed it to Digital Sherlock. Sherlock Holmes was like one of my favorite shows I used to watch all the time, and then I was playing on the computer, so I felt it was a digital version of me. So I went ahead and put that on Steam, and then I switched it from Digital Sherlock to Phony Head. And the reason I got Phony Head is when I was a kid, every time I would try to like roast someone in some type of way, I would always add head to the very end of it, and the one that stuck the most was Phony Head, just considering that every time I would say it to like my family members, they would repeat it back in like to make fun of me instead, and it just stuck. If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
So, I've had Presley pretty much ever since I started gaming. And I just took, someone already had Preston, and I was like, well, we'll go with Presley, and here we are. And I've just done different variations of Presley. My most common one is Depressley, because this game makes me very sad with how many times I get third-partied. Yeah. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Eat your cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Phony here, and this is the Phony Stack. I got the 2 originals on the top and bottom for the buns. I got the cheddar one inside in the middle for the cheese. I got the lettuce right next to it, which is the sour cream and onion, and I got the barbecue right above it. The Phony Stack was amazing. They should make this into a flavor, because the combination with all 4 of these combined is better than all of them by themselves, and that's just facts. If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Presley, and this is the Presley Pringle Stack. Boom.
pizza on the bottom, pizza on the top, sweet and spicy barbecue somewhere in the middle, and then you also take the fire roasted jalapeno for that little extra tang. So let's go ahead and wow, that was beautiful. I think that will be the only way I eat Pringles from now on, is the Presley Pringle way. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles and you're watching Pringles Week.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Pony here, and today I'm going to be trying the sour cream and onions Pringles. Personally, this one's my favorite, considering not only does it taste really good, but it's one of the most popular ones out of the regular ones, which are original, barbecue, and cheddar. And I like this one the most just because it gives me that tanginess that I like. If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley here, and I'm about to try the pizza flavored Pringles. Beautiful. It honestly tastes like I'm just eating an entire pizza right now. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles and you're watching Pringles Week.
So I usually play Octane for my team because his paths are very versatile and you can get easy rotates. And since I'm playing Octane and I go fast, I usually like running like an R3 or PK or just any decent mid-range gun and a shotgun.
Some of our open teams here, basically just looking and hunting them down. I love the counterplay to throw 2 grenades down at once. One player tosses one. Nice shots coming in from Fury. Looks like he's using the Kraber, but no, that's just the bow. And is this thing nerfed? Forward rotation had a little bit of a difficult time. Had to go back and heal, as it doesn't matter for Team Pringles. They're not going to heal. They're going to continue to push.
I mean, we don't really play edge or center zone. We like vary depending on the lobby. Like if we see the lobbies like dying out super fast and we're missing out on so many free kills, sometimes we'll just start playing edge. But if it's just a chill lobby and nobody's like our W king, we'll just play center zone and just take the dubs. For all your Pringles products, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles and you're watching Pringles Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E here. This is Pringles Week, and it is Pro Night. Just before the half, we saw TSM taking the win in game number 3, and so that should mean they have a commanding lead on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see exactly how many points that they have and how much they lead by, and it's a pretty comfortable one, 27 points over our second-place team, Team Rockstar.
Hey, it's not 82 points, but it's Pro Day, so those points are a lot tougher to come by. So TSM is looking strong. I mean, that's 3 back-to-back games where they've been playing fairly well, and they finally were able to put it together fully in game number 3. But you're again seeing just the level of play that they have and just the variety that they can come at, right? They're able to play a lot of different styles, and when it comes down to actually locking them the dub when they have the advantage, TSM doesn't make mistakes. And you love to see, though, Team Rockstar and Team Pop-Tarts right there, especially Team Rockstar from the standpoint where they really don't have much to play for. You can see from the overall standings, they're sitting in 8th place, Jamerson. It's not physically possible for them to get 200 points here and try to beat where Team Intel's at. But that just shows that they are still ready and trying to compete in Season 3, no matter what that is. So I would love to see Team Rockstar bounce back, try to maybe keep the squad that they have. Whether they want to make adjustment or not, that's on them. But they're playing pretty well over these last couple weeks, and I do like how Rockstar and Pickett is playing Valkyrie. So the big storyline, obviously, that big spot for number 4, it's Team Intel, Applejacks, and Team Cheez-It.
And Team Intel are slowly but surely growing their lead. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, the last moments really of game number 3. It was TSM cleaning up a lot of what was going on in Fragment East, and then during this rotation, catching out Renegades that were trying to delay. You can see Nocturnal gets that knock onto Pow, but it seems like he might have tunnel vision a little bit too much on trying to get these kills, because very shortly after, Nocturnal goes down here.
Yeah, and it's tough because you want to think that you're safe, but at the same time, if you're honing in a little bit too much like you're talking about, other players are collapsing. And that's what I'm talking about with Hal in this final moment, where he doesn't get too discombobulated as we get ready. Actually, we're going and getting ready for game number 4. Hope you guys enjoyed that halftime break, but we have 3 games left here in Season 2. I want to know your chat predictions. Who's going to take that 4th spot? If you got love for Team Cheez-It, Team Applejacks, or Team Intel, support your team in the chat room and show them some love. Hopefully the vibes will come through as we take a look at what TSM is doing, and look at how fast they're looting. They've already got double blues and a purple. They're feeling good.
Yeah, so we are on board with the lobby leaders and the winners of game number 3 right now, already with the loot to win out this game. And again, TSM, we're talking about a team who's just so consistent overall. This week around, it doesn't seem like anyone in chat is making them mess up with their compositions. In the last few weeks, we had, I guess, the chat donos going down for TSM to play whatever legend or comps. And it hasn't really been taking place so far. So a lot of serious games coming out for them here, and really with their eyes, you know, on the major competition right around the corner. This is the last bit of practice you can get in before the major games start happening. But TSM, they hitting their rotation timing now, 2-minute mark. This is where they start going, and now we finally have a ring that doesn't go towards the northern side of the zone. It looks like it will be just a full-on Harvester ending, and TSM looking to lock down the northeast snake of Harvester.
And let's watch how they play this, because again, that rotation is so fast. They're already out at that 2-minute mark, and they're going to almost beat the Harvester team into their own spot. So that's absolutely ridiculous. You can see that that door has not been opened. That crate has not been opened either. So this seems to be safe. The door has been hit, though, throughout all of this. So get a chance to take a look at the overlook of the map to find out where that Harvester team is. And now they are basically coexisting right next to each other. So TSM may try to wipe fast enough. They may try to come through and get these kills, but at the same time, they have taken one of the best spots, if not the best spot, if the zone's going to pull over here.
Team Intel might run into Renegades very shortly here, as Renegades didn't get a beacon on their drop over by tree, so they had to move over to the secondary beacon just to the choke, so we should keep an eye on that. Remember, very important stakes here for that 4th place team, and it's Team Intel that is currently on the bubble. They've grown their lead now up against Team Cheez-It and Applejacks, I think to double digits at the very least, but it's still not a comfortable lead currently. Rice Krispies not in a comfortable spot as Stunny got tagged up there, will be able to back up to the rest of his team, but with the ring being revealed to a lot of squads, they know how important it is to gain a position here in Harvester early on, but it's so difficult to hold these positions oftentimes.
And without the EMP, you're a little bit stuck here for tech. You want to wait for about 10 seconds, and you want to try to get into that drone. And in this type of instance, you're going to be charging up your Evo shields. So whether it's, you know, an opportunity to go and push, or whether it's just you using that to get some extra free damage, this is an opportunity here for Rice Krispie Treats that you could see perfectly timed coming in from tech. I wouldn't be too shocked if they want to go and try to push something and do something about this.
I would like to see maybe, you know, swapping off with Bird, who does have that white Evo shield. It can be fairly easy for him to evolve that one up, but with the EMP, it's just going to be a free blue for you, a bit more comfortable to play on that Gibraltar. But right now, it is going to be a lot of passive gameplay. But They might be getting pushed from either side. We saw a team down low below, Stunny, canceling out that port, thinking maybe they had to get out of dodge. It's Renegades, who somehow beat Team Intel on the rotate, but I have a feeling that maybe Team Intel are going to be looking for fights on the northern side once again, like they did in game number 3, swinging wide and just playing the edge to find the early and mid-game kills.
And all of the teams filtering into Harvester right now, this is going to be ridiculous. I mean, you can see just the amount of space in Harvester. Every spot gets taken. And then once one team starts to fight, all of these other teams start to fight. But it's just so different over towards the Harvester side because a lot of teams start rotating in and it'll just continue to filter over and over again. So you'll probably have half the teams fighting on the edge, making their way in. The other half are going to be constantly just dancing over here towards this side of the map, waiting for opportunities. And once one team goes, the rest of the teams are going to send it, and that's just going to be a non-stop bloodbath. So here we go with Team Applejack, some of the teams that aren't inside right now, and one of our more important teams to watch.
I'm wondering who's on the other side of this one. It could be CLG. A lot of teams rotating in from the northern side, maybe even Liquid, but we'll find out in just a moment. Enemy Gibraltar Dome has been used as Dupe is set up in the broken building here. Aids inside market proper, sitting up an angle on the right-hand side, hitting for flash, got the knock. It's actually Cloud9 that are still here. Naughty going down. They instantly thirst him as well. Applejacks picking up a much-needed kill here in that race for 4th place.
Oh! And looks like they're going to be cracked. Ooh, nice job by Rollers with the shots. The Hemlock. Such an underrated scope on the Hemlock too. That 2.4 purple mag. Going to be putting in some serious work. And always fun to see it, whether they want to go single fire or with the burst in these type of instances. And while this is happening, they're just, you know, going in there, crafting some things up, getting some more loot along the way. So you love to see this from Applejacks, this confidence coming over towards the outside of the map. But they're going to have to, you know, answer that with some sort of kill points, and that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to overextend, get knocked out in the middle there, and have Rollers have to use all of his resources here while you guys are trying to conserve resources. So here's some of the fights that we were talking about in the top right of your screen. You're going to see Asura, Finicky, 303, a handful of players playing the edge, and CLG actually is getting involved too. So that's going to be Team Cheez-It over towards the sorting factory side. Prodigy Ace is taking a lot of damage. They're trying to recover Joey Blackout, unfortunately for him. And interestingly enough, Rakanishu going to switch off of the Gibraltar and go on over to the Bloodhound, which we've seen before. They're going to let that player cross on over towards the portal, which may allow them to eventually make their way on over towards the banner. Definitely want to try to get Joey back into this one with the Gibraltar.
Prodigy will have his jump pad up any moment now, so he can go for it with that stim pack. But the scan coming out from Rakanishu notes that there is a full squad below. They haven't been able to recover the banner yet, and the team from the circle building does so much damage to Prodigy. He's gonna have to back off, and now it does seem like Rakanishu was able to push up and grab that beacon, but will he be able to make it to the safety of his squad? Redeploy coming out from this team, and Rakanishu taking the shots, and they're going to try and full send it onto Prodigy Aces, taking control of that major building, but now one up on top. Rakanishu with a huge scan, spots it out, does do some damage, but he gets cracked here, watching his back as he tries to make it to the safety of this building. Prodigy Aces will join up his squad using that jump pad, and now he's on the hunt. He'll take out Madness as Lou goes down to Serial. So, a lot of teams in the area for a surprising reason over here at Sorting Factor. A lot of teams that we were not even expecting. CLG, what are they doing all the way here on the southern side? Team Cheez-It now recovering. They will have that respawn beacon if they want to use it, but this is still a risky one. But it looks like it's a risk that they're going to have to take.
And I love that Prodigy Aces instantly goes for the thirst right there onto Madness. And they got a little bit of help from Team Razor throughout all of this. But the question is where will that res take place? If so, will they get collapsed on? Applejacks, they're getting collapsed on over towards the side. Dupe has to have the bubble be placed by Rollers. That's going to be the Phoenix kit. And the quick healing coming in for Rollers as well. And look at the delay by the enemy defensive environment. That forces them out of the bubble, so they're going to have to relocate. And that's a smart play. But they can't push through their own defensive environment. So Applejacks realizes that, and they're going to use that time to rotate down towards the bottom of Geyser.
Yeah, they're going to completely avoid that choke for now, make their way all the way on over. And so and still have a lot of focus over here by Sorting Factory. It does look like Team Cheez-It were able to make out a Sorting Factory themselves, but again, respawn beacons are few and far between. It looks like they might have actually hit the one on the train tracks and gone their third back on in. So it's all about getting him looted up, though. On board with Nestle, who are over here at Harvester currently, double purple armors along with the blue for Ronnie. Now, they have one of the high ground positions in Harvester. This is still a dangerous one. You can see doors being opened up behind them, and so they have to be wary of the pinch of getting sandwiched by other teams right now. And so everyone needs to cover a door and make sure that they're playing extremely defensively.
Nestle Splash, it's interesting that they're going to go and take a spot where there's not necessarily an ending. This is more of a spot where you're trying to gatekeep, you're trying to pick up a lot of kills. And then TSM was a team that's going to go and try to predict where that end zone is going to be. And Applejacks looks like they are rotating back on over towards sorting, where a lot of the action was. I'm not sure if they realize how many teams were over in this area. We had CLG. We had, I believe, Team Cheez-It was over here. Team Razor was in the vicinity. So still around 4 or 5 teams. We can see from that player outline, one player is already directly below the building. Dupe takes a massive amount of damage. He's like, oh, yeah, close the door. Got to reset over here. Figure out exactly what's going on. We weren't expecting to get pinched in Sorting Factory. This is at the edge of the map.
It's a lot of focus on that beacon. You saw the pings going down for them as well. Pop-Tart's still in the fight over here as the defensive bombardment will go down. Impulse taking a lot of damage, but he will be able to back away into this bubble to heal up as Stomps and Lucas cover the flank. They do get the push out, and it's the bubble coming out from the enemy side. Impulse will go down. It's Cloud9. Stomps gets one onto Knocked, but they're taking a lot of damage. They will be able to clean up Cloud9. Now Pop-Tarts have to move it here as looks like the third party's already coming in. Seems like Lucas might have thrown down the port to get his team the safety here, but will the other squad decide to push on up? Stomps holding the angle for now. It seems Pop-Tarts will be safe to do so. It's going to be some long-range shots coming out from that other squad, so it's the charge rifle. They feel relatively safe to go back and grab this loot.
This is perfect. The bubble loot coming through, but also the timing from Lucas so his teammate doesn't get shot on the ground and thirsted with the long-range weapons. Joey Blackout is back in. Granted, it's just the gray armor, and this is a huge fight that we're looking at. I believe that's going to be Team Applejacks directly next to them.
CLG are also in the area, and it seems like they were able to res as well. It's all full squads, 18 squads remaining in zone number 3, so a slower game than we saw in the first 3 games of the day here. As things are coming down to the wire, teams know that they have to catch up to TSM, and they need the points to do it. Do so, you need to survive. Joey Blackout, how much longer can he survive for? Swapping off onto a white armor here, looking for the engage, and now they go for the full peek out. Door closed on them. We'll see if there's a thermite to go down, but as he goes for the retreat, they try to take him out and go for the peek themselves. Joey Blackout taking a lot of damage. He's down to about 10 HP. Rakanishu sliding in with the scan for his squad, backing up CLG even further. No, it's actually Applejacks in the area as well. Do CLG pounce on this? No, it looks like Applejacks will be able to clean this up, take no damage themselves really other than the armors, and they'll have the armor swaps to fully recover here. It's Team Intel that try to come in for the third party. A lot of focus here on the Sorting Factory side as 6 finds an angle on the low ground, not hitting with his wingman shots, and he only has that white mag on it as well. So they're going to be missing out on some of these kill points here, and they need to keep pace with Team Applejacks.
Yeah, not typical shots there coming in from 6, but there you go. That's the connection, and the finishes on a Joey Blackout and a Vaxon, unfortunately. Not picking up the kills for himself, but still a decent amount of damage along the way. There's the shots we're looking for from 6. There's the knock and the finish going on to Madness as well. And Team Intel is obviously not interested in pushing into this until they get a big initial burst. And there it is. 6 gets the burst. They still have to worry about the team that is sitting up over towards the second layer, which should be... Oh, it's going to be Tech getting knocked also. So Metro's putting some work over towards the side. But look at the amount of damage that Team Intel is putting in while not receiving any damage. And they're worried about their back, so they are not fully extending quite yet. And that's what the play is right now. You can see Team Intel with the discipline. They have to make sure that this is clear. Otherwise, they're going to end up getting griefed. Not only that, they're going to end up griefing their rotation. So they can still do exactly what they're doing right now. but just at a different position where they're not at such a risk. So I do like this play coming in from Team Intel. Meanwhile, 303 over here doing a little dance with the team inside of the Dorito building, and you can see the heads shaking yes and no, no and no, because they're like, well, we're portaling out of here, 303. We really don't want to fight, and we're going to portal actually into your building. That's Lucas going for the psycho play, and I think he wanted to do either a blockage of the door or a potential kidnap, and that just wasn't going to work for him. And now that Lucas is down, 303 realizes the situation, just fall back, reset, don't let them get the res, hit that finisher before he gets back in the portal, and now they have a huge advantage from this fight.
Sanders, though, has gone down on the Intel side as Pringles catches them out in this train tunnel here. So Team Intel have committed. 6 has gone down as Metro only picks up 1, but he will get finished off. Team Intel are out. This is the opportunity that Applejacks and Cheez-It are looking for. No, just Applejacks, Cheez-It are out. And so Applejacks, this is their moment to try and catch up. They've been on the back foot of this three-way race for 4th place right now, but we are on board with Charlotte Phoenix. We're playing here on the eastern edge of Harvester, getting pressured a little bit by that Valkyrie, but Asura will be fine to back up with this squad. On move, back on to the Caustic, so they're playing a lot more defensively here.
Let's explore this one.
And Onmu is in a good position with the Caustic because that's just one of the more open spots where you don't really see the barrels coming around, and you don't have an opportunity to shoot the barrels, otherwise you're going to be taking damage from Charlotte Phoenix. So Caustic works really well on that choke. You can see the Watson fences going down towards the side. Makes you wonder if Team Liquid is trying to make their way over here, but we are in round number 4, closing in 38 seconds, and we still have, that's Peach getting eliminated. We had 16 squads just now down to 15. But that just goes to show you how slow and methodical this game has been. All of the action really happened over towards the sorting factory side, and now we have some more fighting happening. That's going to be Rakinishu getting eliminated. 303 getting into their scuffle with Pop Tarts. We know that Lucas was eliminated early, and then Impulse not able to hold his own against 3 players. Even 4 or 5 players now, 6 players now. Team Liquid introduced themselves to the fight.
And they've already gotten the advantage up against 303. Should be finishing them off. We're down to 12 squads now, 33 players remaining. Team Pringles poking their head out from that train tunnel here. And they're going to try and cut them off, but they have to be careful. They're running into a Caustic squad very shortly here. Applejacks themselves dealing with the Caustic now. On the other side of this one, it's Obey. Oh, excuse me, Ronnie running that one, I believe, or Nestle, but right now, Applejack surviving here, and you can see why TSM held that position over by Snake earlier on, but Applejacks aren't out of trouble quite yet. Dupe and Rollers is down. It's all up to Aves, and he will not survive. Charlotte Phoenix picked that one up, but they need to get the res onto Mercy as a defensive bombardment goes down on top of them. You'll see here comes the third party now. Asura trying his best to survive. It's just a 2-man though of Razor pushing up, and if they realize that, they will turn around onto this. The barrel slowing them down, and now Razor might be getting flanked themselves. You gotta be careful playing this position out right now, so they do slow things down, but that affords Charlotte Phoenix quite possibly the time themselves to try and get the res. They have not hit it quite yet, as Phony is the one behind them on the Tomcat Rat Cam. Waiting this one out. He will slow heal as well. But Charlotte Phoenix now getting pushed. Asura is the only one alive, and he answers back. Hakulo going down. Now here's the fast res for Team Razor, but Phony shows up to clean it up. And he does secure top 6 for his squad. They've got at least 6 kills too.
Yeah, we're gonna have to call Tomcat because Phony actually is a rabid rat. You could see he's foaming at the mouth at all of these loot boxes that are on the ground, and we're gonna have to definitely make a phone call here very soon because this is a deadly rat. He has a Kraber in his hands now. He's looking to basically just grief everybody in this lobby single-handedly. Let's take a look at the kill leads and where people are positioned. TSM obviously took the priority position fairly early on, and nearly missing there in between both players, basically making a field goal with those shots. And you know that's going to be Team Liquid locking that down.
Ooh, it does hit that shot, but it's not going to be a headshot, so no punishment there. But we are down to our final 4 squads. It's going to be a 3v3v3v1 Phony, as this rat will play a huge role in this endgame. If he's afforded the time, he's got the Kraber. He can definitely grief someone's game with this one right now, as the roof control comes out from that squad above as well. Tony just keeping a bead on them, and it hits once again for the body. And you can see just ever-looming threat. It's third impact. It's TSM. It's Team Liquid and Pringles here, which will be the final circle. As you can see, round 5 closing up. 20 seconds left to go. And it seems like he might be in behind that rock. TSM looking to hold down Snake here, but they have been intruded upon. Reps going for the peeks through the doors now. And this team on the other side, they've got to be careful. You can see the team on the roof can drop down at any moment if they see the knock.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but you know who's kind of loving this is going to be Phony, because all of these 3 teams are going to be so close to each other that you almost have to fight it out. And that's exactly what's happening. Team Liquid throws down their bubble. Once these bubbles go away, you almost feel like TSM may send this, but they are also worried about the team that's going to be on the roof. So this is a very interesting position. There's the counter bubble coming in. TSM wants to get aggressive now. They're starting to push on over towards Team Liquid. Not even going to get rid of the generator, which I felt like could have been the first play coming in for reps. And there it is. It's going to be Hal. Hal understand. See, you got to understand that Hal is someone that loves grenades in those instances. I would have loved to see reps taken out, but it doesn't really matter. They're still coming in, cleaning things up. Nice shots coming in from Hal, and they're able to take that down. But knowing Hal, he wanted to throw a grenade to introduce himself into that fight. And there goes third impact. They're setting it over towards this. And that means Phony actually survives as the rat and gets second place. Will he be able to 3v1 this? He's going to have to Kraber collateral headshot all 3 at the same time. And I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Third impact taking the win there, and what a way to end it on. Tomcat Rat Cam finishing it off, and they will even be able to take a victory lap with this Valkyrie here. Phony securing the second place though for Team Pringles. Absolutely huge, especially with the kill points that they had, but it was ultimately third impact to take the win there in game number 4. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley, and this is the Presley Pringle stack. Boom. Pizza on the bottom, pizza on the top, sweet and spicy barbecue somewhere in the middle, and then you also take the fire-roasted jalapeno for that little extra tang. So let's go ahead and... Wow, that was beautiful. I think that will be the only way I eat Pringles from now on, is the Presley Pringle way. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
Welcome back, everybody. The 4th game of the day done there, and it is third impact coming out on top. Pringles able to get in there and grab a top 2 finish. Just a little bit of icing on top as they close out their season here. Meanwhile, we saw a great fight to close the game there between TL and TSM getting after it. TSM gets into that top 3, and they're definitely feeling good at the top of our leaderboard. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the 4th game of the day, and it's Balonji IGLing for third impact here. Great win for them. We'll see if they can grab some more points here in the final 2 games of the day, maybe charge up towards the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. But Hal continuing to frag out. 5 kills there does give him kill leader as he continues to play extremely well. That should be 20 kills for him on the day. So Hal just keeping it steady, 5 kills a game, keeping it rolling. Meanwhile, Phony able to take most of the damage in that one, over 1,800 damage there for the leader of Team Pringles, as they are just enjoying their finish to their season, looking for this championship with just 2 games left to go. Still have to keep an eye on Razor and Pop-Tarts for second place, as well as the battle for 4th. It has been a weird up and down day for Applejacks, Cheez-It, and Intel. We'll check out our Mobile 1 leaderboard and see where everybody stands here after this break.
wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top favorite smash.
It's fruit freshen.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true slide trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance. I was so born for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
You want to zoom this in? I'm gonna do it. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude?
Esportsarena.com/shop.
All stars. Looks sick, Bundy.
I know. What's up, gamers? Honeykin's here. Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera.
We're doing a photo shoot today.
Stand loose. You're a goofy guy. Yeah. Look at that. That's cute. That's a wallpaper. I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying. What? You don't like that? do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't take out storyline?
TI when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up?
Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Look. Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Howdy, he said hi.
GameCube controller. Get out of here.
What's this?
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. Game number 4 was another top finish for TSM, but it was third Impact that took the win. So slowing them down just a little bit. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see how big their lead is currently heading into the next few games. And it looks like TSM getting close to just clinching this one up. But Third Impact with that win propelled themselves up into second place, Tom.
And look at Team Cheez-It, Team Applejacks actually tied at 13 points, which makes the math fairly easy for Team Intel because it was a 1 to 2 point difference overall between getting in that fourth spot, but they have a 10-point lead overall. So we're going down to these last two games here, Jamerson, and we're going to see the best Apex out of these three teams that we could potentially get. But the problem is we're seeing some of the best Apex from other teams too, just like TSM. They're sitting in first place, obviously, but some of our EMEA teams, our EU region teams are popping up as well. And there is that ever important overall leaderboard. Keep in mind, if you are just joining us, you can see right there, it's the top 4 spots that make it into Season 3. This is our last pro day here in Season 2.
Yeah, it looks like Team Intel have an 11-point lead over Team Applejacks. I feel like this might not be correct. I feel like they should have a few more points than that. But we'll keep eyes on that and tabs on that overall. 2 games left to go. It all comes down to this. Applejacks and Cheez-It continuing to change positions there in the 5th and 6th spot, but still battling it out up against Team Intel. Remember, the bottom 5 teams get relegated. They have to go back to qualifiers to go ahead and compete if they want to for Season 3. So a lot is on the line. If Team Intel can keep this lead, that means they secure another 3 months in a salaried position here for Series E. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. And it was the fight over Snake here. Team Liquid versus TSM. And the trades come out and instantly, Third Impact on the roof want to go in to finish this one off.
No doubt about it. They were waiting for quite some time. Unfortunately for Third Impact, they didn't get Krabered by Phony at all the entire time. And you saw that they were connecting with a few body shots over towards the side. And here goes Phony trying to push in, but there really just wasn't much that he could do in this type of situation. 3-on-1, probably running low on Kraber bullets. You're going to have to reload eventually with either weapon that you do have. And that's a tough break there because nobody on Third Impact even went down. That's how well they were able to collapse directly behind TSM. I think that TSM was hoping that they could have took that fight a little bit cleaner. Again, I think that if Reps shoots the generator immediately, Hal has a little bit more wiggle room to make the plays that he wanted to. Instead, Hal had to stop what he was doing, shoot the generator. They had the opportunity with the bubble, with the arm shield to go through, take that down really quick, and then start to add the pressure. I really don't even think, though, if they mop Team Liquid a little bit faster, if they're able to defend themselves against Third Impact. I just think that it would have made things just a little bit easier for Phony and gave him a chance because Third Impact's timing was just so well.
Yeah, easy 2v3 or 3v2 cleanup for Third Impact at the end there. There was an opportunity, but Phony did at least secure second place as the rat for the squad. A lot of that focus, the final 3 teams didn't want to try and find that rat, didn't want to pull their focus away from the major objective here, which is getting that ultimate win. And now we are heading into game number 5 of Series E. We'll be joining on board with Third Impact very shortly here, the winners of game number 4. But we have a very good flight path coming out here, as you can see, going pretty much down the middle of the map, fairly equally from west to east. And so a lot of times will be very similar for our squads that'll be making these rotations. Here is Third Impact now making their way on in. The first 3 games for them weren't the absolute greatest. It was a bit difficult here because just of how the caliber of teams that are here on the northern side of the map that you really have to deal with. You got Cloud9 and TSM that you have to rotate around and you have to worry with a lot of the northern circles running into them for the same rotation path. But they were able to navigate it fairly well when we had the Harvester ending there in game number 4. And here's Team Razor again with the 50-50 over here by Dome. And Kupski's the first one to fall in game number 4, I believe. Flashpoint opted to just completely give up this drop and actually went for the tunnels just north of here beforehand. But you can see why they need to avoid this fight. Team Razor getting this one pretty easily. Z Davis, the next one to fall. And there's just one left. As you can see, they drop down onto Finicky and finish him off. Team Razor picking up 3 more points here in the early game.
Just not going to work going against Team Razor one by one like that. Nice job picking them apart. And it's just a tough break. One of the hardest breaks you can have in a series like this is just not finding your landing spot. And you can't go over towards Dome if you're not going to fully commit to fighting Razor in a 3-on-3, but not staggered. And Razor's going to take that 9 times out of 10, and they're going to be able to get some loot. And remember, Team Cheez-It was always trying to come in for a third party here, and I don't think that's going to be the case. That fight happened just a little bit too quickly, and I think Team Cheez-It probably realized their lesson, that they weren't the only team to come over there. As we take a look at where this zone is going to go, heavy favor over towards that tree side. And when you look at that, I mean, I would really heavily weigh where that beacon building is on the southwest side of tree. I feel like that's going to be the most common ending here.
Renegades are the ones over by tree right now, but Pringles are on a crash course to meet up with them. They do have a double purple armors, but it's Phony on the front line with that white. No, you can see why you don't want him leading there. He's a big boy with little armor. Bubble has already gone down. And so Team Pringles are just going to have to back up off of this one here. Even the Phoenix kit getting popped. Presley took a little damage himself. So Renegades have full control over tree right now. And we don't see too many early rotates coming out from other squads as well. This one was a little bit later coming out from Pringles. The minute mark before the ring even starts closing, especially for having a priority drop there. So surprised that they weren't able to get in maybe a little bit earlier on. But this position isn't that bad to play out of. It's just you're going to have some trouble finding some kill points in this game.
And with Team Pringles, one of the things that I love is you watch them play and you see some, not like glimpses of TSM, but glimpses of other great teams that make really heads-up plays. And they just are able to decipher kind of warning signals that other teams are putting up when they're trying to take advantage of certain spots, and they don't get baited in by things looking too good. So I really like that they've really evolved as a team necessarily, and continued to adapt their playstyle accordingly. Nestle Splash as well has been improving over these last couple weeks, but look at that tracking coming in from Hal, and you're getting a chance to see just exactly what TSM is prioritizing. It's the flatline for Hal almost every single time, combined with some sort of shotgun. It's the wingman coming in for reps almost every single time, and then you're going to have double automatic weapons coming in from Snipetown. I would say 90% of these fights as well, and there it is. It's going to be wingman R9 coming in from Snipetown, the huge flank, the great tracking, and that's going to be C9 getting dropped. Obviously a little bit of a change in their roster, just a couple of subs coming through, so shout out for Designful making his way into Series E here today on our Pro Day. But that is TSM sending them into the death screen.
That was extremely fast as well. You can see the timing coming out from TSM, being very cognizant of the scans as well. Imperial Hal wanted to push, but the scan came out and he waited out the 3-4 seconds before he went for his next peek. So just expert team fighting coming out from them. Nestle Splash making their rotation now. They're going to take to the skies with the Valkyrie here. Try to go for this rotate. Pop-Tarts on their rotate though, coming out from Overlook down to Geyser. And flanked from inside that tunnel that they probably just came out of themselves. And so the nades are going to be used. They will be able to reset, and it looks like it's just going to be a disengage coming out from them. They do have the Geyser if they want to go for the redeploy, or if they can, or if they want to, they can just hoof it. And it looks like they are just going to walk this one in, as they don't need to take that risk. They could just go ahead and move forward here, continuing to go down. And Team Pop-Tarts, they have favored being able to play the edge and also prioritizing grabbing these beacons, which they're moving towards right now.
They are, and you're going to see that they love just to play around Lucas, and Lucas has been a great in-game leader. One of my favorite interviews of this season during Final Circle was asking him why he was able to make these improvements, and he was talking about just the amount of time that he put in to the game again, but also just to his aim training. And if you're feeling very confident about your mechanical skills, it's going to really lead into your in-game leadership. But it takes time to develop those skills, and that's perfect for him here in Series E to develop those. And you can just see it paying off with them sitting in second place. But this is our #1 team right now, Team Pringles. Not today, but overall throughout all of these weeks. In our last Pro Day, Team Pringles will have that #1 spot. So congratulations to them locking things down during their week. But Phony, you're making me a little nervous. I wish you would hit a sell.
He does have the charge rifle, and all it takes is 3 ticks of the beam for him to get that evolved. And so that's why he's trying to be a little bit more greedy on this. And you can see his team is backing him up, supporting him, watching the flank so that he can try to focus on this one singular angle to get that evil shield for himself. He's getting a little bit restless and will throw in some nades. And it is a little bit short on the mark there, and gonna have to work on his throwing arm. You know, it's surprising. You know, you can throw this big bubble device, and there we go. He hits that charge rifle, he hits the ticks, and he will be able to get that blue Evo shield for himself.
And now he hits the cells. You know, he was like, I don't want to hit the cells and have them be just gray cells. They need to be blue cells throughout all of this. So that's a sigh of relief, because you don't want to go through these lobbies with gray armor. Otherwise, teams just start to push on you. It really doesn't matter what team you are. TSM, Na'Vi, Third Impact, CLG, Liquid. If you got white armor, you're getting pushed basically by anybody. Speaking of pushes, it's going to be Hakulo. It's going to be Razor. They're just taking a bite out of Team Pop-Tarts like it was nothing. Fresh out of the toaster. That was ridiculous. Catching them completely off guard there. Very rarely do you see almost a full team with their back towards a squad. I'm not quite sure what happened to Team Pop-Tarts right there.
Yeah, I'm surprised, because I thought that they were going to camp that beacon and just stay there unless they got forced off. Maybe Team Razor chased them down all the way over here. Not entirely too sure exactly what happened, but Team Razor are definitely happy with the results. They're going to get that purple bolt for themselves. They got the replicator to play off of, and they've got triple purple armor for themselves, and now it's about rotating through. Team Liquid, though, now making their way into Tree. They do have this high ground coming over from Thermal Station. Flanker, of course, with that gold armor. Albalalian Nocturnal with the purples for themselves. A lot of times, Team Liquid able to pick up the loot from Trials for themselves and come out all the better for it. Charge rifle in the hands of Nocturnal, getting some decent damage off. He's still about 500 damage away from getting that. Big connect onto that character on the other side is Nocturnal now. 420 away.
He's looking around like he's trying to... There it is. Nice 88 under the back. And Nocturnal's been one of the players that have been consistently rocking a sniper rifle, but it's a lot of times been the Sentinel. And I get that the Sentinel is powerful. At the same time, look at when you hit with the charge rifle, it's just so easy to shoot, you know, and you're rewarded by good tracking, because you see a little bit of the glimpse of when you first hit that initial damage, and then it powers up charges, and then you get that big burst out of the charge rifle. So if you're able to keep it steady and continue to track where that player is going to go, you're going to be rewarded big time. And the 6x scope is one of the more underutilized scopes. I would say 4.8, 3x, 2.4, probably the most common. But Nocturnal is in a perfect spot on top of this hill to overlook so much of this map that he's just bullying all of these teams all over the place.
He went from 500 damage away from evolving down to 144, 132 now. Very shortly, he'll be able to work on Albalali's shield as well. And yeah, he's utilizing that 6x well. Personally, one that I do not pick up. I do not like the 6x whatsoever. It just feels a little bit too close. I love the 4.8. Here's Team Cheese. It's still alive, as looks like someone tried to infiltrate on them, and now they're getting a caustic gas, and they are getting forced out of this car. They're just going to tank the damage for now as the full sent comes out from Charlotte Phoenix. Rakanishu tries to hold the line for his squad, but he is out. Applejacks and Team Intel love to see it.
That is such a tough break for Team Cheez-It, man. They are in a great spot over here towards Tree, but Hamu hits him with the whoop, swoop, and pull over here. Comes through the portal, drops the gas, just leaves it, and then comes right back over through the portal once they get recognition that the ticks are hitting and that it was a good ultimate. So a little drive-by caustic ult there, I guess you could say, coming in as Asura has that portal down, and they're going to be able to take down Team Cheez-It, who desperately needed those points. So it's going to come down to one game here for Team Cheez-It. They're going to have to really pop off. At the same time, they are really hoping that Team Applejacks and Team Intel don't have a solid game, because if you see Team Intel anywhere in this top 5 area picking up, 5-10 points, you're virtually asking yourself that you need to pull this out with a dub and a handful of kill points. And Team Cheez-It hasn't even gotten close to a dub tonight. So definitely one of their, I guess, lackluster performances, which is pretty upsetting, because we all love to see Team Cheez-It do well, but we'll see if they can bounce back in this final game and make things entertaining. And taking a look at where the rest of these players are and where they're currently sitting, Team Razor in first place with 6 kills, and I feel like we've seen this before, Razor and TSM kind of sitting at the top of the kill feed.
Yeah, Intel were able to make their way into tree as well, and they do, of course, have that priority rotate coming over from Thermal. Metro took a lot of damage there, and is going to be forced to bat on that blue Evo shield for himself, but they should be relatively safe here. Again, though, they're just waiting out Team Applejacks more than anything else. They've got double-digit leads over the two teams that are trying to contest for that 4th place position. Things are getting a little bit easier for them. Team Intel now just poking across, but the triple take in the hands of Six, who himself is still sitting on that blue Evo, but he is making great headway towards that purple Evo for himself. Eventually swap off for Metro as well. Get him a purple Evo, narrowly missing out on that headshot there on whatever that team that is across the ways.
And you really don't see a lot of players even elect to, you will see them pick up the triple take, but it's been kind of weird to watch the triple take go from being a gun that was so commonly used to where it's at now, as Third Impact, fresh off of their win, is looking for some blood towards the top of the tree. We know this is one of the more powerful spots. That grenade is going to do a lot of work. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it pushes all of Nestle Pure Life off of their spot. And I'm not sure if they were, you know, trying to do their best Ronnie impression, but all 3 players can't sit behind a crate like that.
And it was Six, actually, with that triple take that pick up the kills. And so with Nestle out, Team Intel will pick up +2 there. And Six does swap out that armor for Metro, and he's now 7 damage off with that triple take to get the purple Evo for himself. So a lot of value now coming out with this triple take for Team Intel. They have secured at least top 15, another 2 points with kill points as well. And Six getting ready for the push. You can see he had that defensive bombardment ready to go just in case they got pushed, but looks like it's just a fight outside. 2 brains, 1 controller getting pushed into a car right now as the defensive bombardment goes down. Slurpee G was able to pick up 1 throughout all that. Applejacks are out. Metro picking up one of those kills onto Dupe. And so now it's all about Team Intel running away with this one to secure their 4th spot. These final 2 games left to go.
And it's really been all about Intel since yesterday, and I didn't know if it was physically possible, mathematically possible. To watch them do this is going to give them so much hope going forward as a team if they can pull this one off. It's still yet to be seen, still have 1 more game left, but it's been a complete turnaround. They've been looking like not just a team that's sitting in the top 4, they've been looking like a team that could be sitting in 1st place, just like Pringles, the way that they're able to execute these team fights. And we know Pringles had a pretty decent day yesterday as well. They have now taken over another good spot over towards the tree side, and they're kind of dancing around looking for where these players could potentially be located. But I don't know if this is going to pull towards them. Yeah, see, that is going to continue to pull over towards that more thermal side of tree, and Pringles is going to have to make a rotation eventually.
Throughout all this, by the way, Team Intel were able to pick up another kill point, so growing this lead, and all Cheez-It and Applejacks can do is just watch on in horror as Team Intel came in from behind. Like you said, Tom, it looked nearly mathematically impossible, but they were able to claw through. In the final 3 days of Series E last week, they cut the lead by 30 points. With their performance on last week's Pro Night. Yesterday, they took a commanding lead, cutting it down by 50 and now overtaking them heading into today's games. And now here they are, 6 with that triple take, 3 kills to his name. But here is the trouble for Team Intel. They got to make the rotate out, as you called it, the pull going on over more towards that thermal side. And how do they do this? We know that Team Liquid are running that high ground angle. Albro lately has been absolutely deadly, along with Nocturnal up top, but it's going to be Team Pringles getting the cleanup onto Team Rockstar here at Tree, making the rotations just a little bit easier for the squads on the eastern side of this zone.
And he did it with the defensive bombardment combined with Onmu on the caustic. But here's the situation. Here's the fight that they're going to need to take. There goes the scan. There goes the preemptive bubble. And now it's on over here inside of the building. Double bubble is going to be popped. And now this team actually is on the back foot. If I'm Pringles, I love that. The fact that they're running away is good because you still have plenty of time to go and take this fight towards them. And it shows a little bit of a weakness. We'll find out which squad this is going to be. Thermite is going to go inside the door. That means Phony's going to have to be the one to push. PK is going to be in the hand. Going to get the flesh damage onto the Gibby. That's going to be RNG. Tries to bust out the Kung Fu fist, but you don't want to bring a fist to a gunfight here. And Fury, realizing the situation, trying to still secure some kill points, or some placement points, excuse me, by getting inside the top 10. He's not going to be able to do so. Team Liquid locking down the choke between thermal entry, which has always been a priority position. That's where Team Intel is going to be. Six throwing down a crazy defensive bombardment. Makes his way directly on top of that generator. He's going to need to stay on top of the generator, but oh no, the defensive bombardment does hit. Just not how he was hoping for, and Team Liquid is able to recover. Nocturnal with a sliver of health coming in and getting Albarelli back up with the gold backpack res. So nice effort there by Team Intel, but a great counter from Team Liquid. The way that they, again, just stuck together and made sure that they were all within helping distance is key to that fight, and now they're going to be rewarded with some serious loot as TSM takes down 303 in the kill feed.
And that Watson ultimate just proving to be so valuable for them. Albarelli checking their back just in case any rat might have snuck their way on in. You can see right now TSM currently the kill leaders with 6 overall, Renegades in second with 5. But here we'll see. CLT now making the move. Renegades are still in this as Third Impact get cleaned up overall, it seems. But they do need to get Onmu back on up. Asura will take the time to reset for himself, get healed up. Mercy getting tagged up. There's a force behind cover here as he hits that bat, and it looks like they will get Onmu back up. They don't have the port for this, and it's 30 seconds as they have to rotate into the high ground position of Team Liquid. This is going to be a deadly one as we have a full push coming out from the squad. It's TSM going in on them. Onmu goes down. He gets instantly thirsted by Imperial Hal. Now Asura and Mercy are stuck on the low ground here as Imperial Hal pushes up, and you can see there is no mercy for them whatsoever as he falls, and Asura is the only one alive, and he'll try to jump pad away, hitting the Q mid-air as well, and we'll see how much longer he can survive. TSM clearing out a lot of this side of the ring should make it a little bit easier for themselves to rotate in now. So great call, great timing on that push coming out from TSM.
Yeah, and I think what happened there for TSM is they hit the fat scan, realized that this team was split up. Not only that, they didn't see a lot of barrel placement, but Hal is going absolutely ridiculous over here, taking the fight on the edge of the zone. This is super risky because of the fact that this is going to be doing some serious damage, and Renegades is a little confused most likely on why that happened. I mean, they are running parallel to each other, so it makes sense, but I like this play coming in from Tech back into the portal, hitting the Q, and this is the building we were talking about early on. This is a priority spot to be in for Arcade.
But now they have to be careful. It doesn't look like the zone actually ends there. Bubble has gone down, but they're getting ticked down by the Thermites as it looks like Renegades will get finished off. Albarelli will take out Asura as well. So we are now down to the final 3v3v3. Rice Krispie Treats, Na'Vi versus Team Liquid, who still have that position that they were playing out of before. It's now Na'Vi. We'll see. That might be caught in the sandwich. We'll see how strong their holds are, how they can hold these angles, make sure that Rice Krispie Treats don't climb up on them. You can see the utility going out. The Valkyrie missiles on top of Rice Krispie Treats doing some damage, keeping them at bay. Liquid are trying to find an angle here, and this is just a tense situation. In the final 3 squads, we know how this plays out. The first 2 teams that end up fighting usually are the ones that go down, and we'll see how long RKT can bide their time. Nades coming in, forcing back Na'Vi, actually creating a window for Liquid to try to find a knock onto a Na'Vi player.
You know, speaking of Na'Vi, what are some famous European sandwiches, Jamerson? Let's test your food knowledge here. What do you got? What do you got for me?
I mean, Kaiser rolls are used in a lot of sandwiches, and that's okay. I think makes every sandwich European at that point, right?
It could be. It could be. I was thinking. I was like, you're basically in a liquid Rice Krispie Treats sandwich right now, and I'm not quite sure how that's gonna taste, unless it was like, you know, Rice Krispie Treats cereal and you were using milk. That sounds absolutely fire. But if I was picking any type of European sandwich, I'm going with a Euro. Personal favorite. Big fan of Greek food. Na'Vi, obviously, not a Greek team. But taking a look at what's going on with what their placement is, right now you love where, in my opinion, Team Liquid is at. And I love that they're playing with this little head glitch if they want to use it. The only thing is they're going to have to deal with Rice Krispie Treats right now when they push up because they're trying to share that same head glitch. So I'm anticipating Alberelli to push up. There it is. He's going to push up and continue to use this little leverage that he has directly in front of him. And they're going to play around the mountain while the two teams are going to start to be on top of one another like a cake. So Na'Vi may want to consider looking down and trying to clean these players up as Rice Krispie Treats is fairly weak. What a well-placed frag grenade. And there that is Team Liquid working around the fences, working around the terrain, while filtering out Rice Krispie Treats down towards the bottom. And now they have Na'Vi directly in front of him. Big spray coming in for Flanker. He looked like he was going to be busting out some sort of cell or battery, but he was still full shields. Max Strafe going to send this one over towards the side. And now it's up to Alberelli. And oh man, Rice Krispie Treats actually lives throughout all of this. Are you kidding me? They take the win.
Na'Vi just full send it onto Team Liquid, giving Rice Krispie Treats the opportunity there to come in and yoink away that win. We saw throughout all that GS Bird ended up getting taken down by Na'Vi, and then Na'Vi turned their focus onto Liquid, thinking, well, we already have the numbers advantage up against Rice Krispies. We need to take care of Liquid. And then everyone just forgot about them, and Rice Krispie Treats came in for the cleanup. GG's to Rice Krispies, taking the win there in game number 5. But a big story for the day is, of course, Team Intel getting a lot of kills, getting a pretty decent high finish. And now they'll be growing their lead for that 4th place position, the final position before we hit relegations. We're going to take one last break. When we get back, we'll have game number 6, the last game of Series E Season 2, right after this.
As of right now in the Apex Legends meta, I am using Gibby or Bloodhound, depending on where you watch me from. As of right now, the gun combinations that I do use are the Charge Rifle and the Eva on Gibby. And if I'm going with Bloodhound, I use something close range, like a Volt or like an R9 as well. Those are my primarily used guns. And yeah.
You know, actually looking at Lava City, those one squad that's closer to Team Cheez It is actually going to be Lonely Fans. So that's going to be interesting to see because they will run into each other based on rotations. But it's going to be Team Pringles with Phony. He's the epitome of one. He's going to hold the door to heal up safely. But it looks like he's trying to trick him, being able to break the shield in time. Oh!
So usually in Series E on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we usually figure out beforehand who's in the lobby. And if we're able to claim a spot that we want, we usually take it. And if we're not able to, we usually fight for the spot that we do want that has most likely the best loot. So that would imply like sorting or epi just for our play style. We would just take those two. And that's just mostly for Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Coming up into the champs, we will be taking epi whenever complexity is not there. And then Lava Fisher whenever SSG is not in the lobby and complexity is in our lobby. If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Yeso here in the Esports Arena, Orange County Studios. We're preparing to close out Pringles Week and Season 2 here of Series E. 5 games are done, and just one final match remains in our season. Rice Krispies Treats able to take the win there, trying to close their season on a high note. Been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but they have certainly looked much better here down the stretch. Tech Candy has certainly been a game changer for that roster. Let's check out our post-game stats here for our 5th game of the day. GS Bird leading the way for the RKT boys, IGL there. But it's Sorcerer from Renegades with kill leader for this 5th game. 5 kills for him. Has been a bit of a trend here so far on the show. And then Nocturnal, over 3,000 damage. TL did get into the top 3, just under 3,100 damage there for Nocturnal. TL did have a Pro Night win a couple of weeks ago, but it looks like it may be TSM's for the taking here. We'll check out our Mobile 1 leaderboard and get prepped for our final game of the season after this break.
Once I start popping, the bodies don't stop dropping. Yes, sir.
Member alive as the third party does come through. That's going to be Team Pringles coming in with the grenade. Phony's looking for the last player alive and does a great job of spotting where they're at.
If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
Well, originally when I was trying to come up with my gamer tag, I was coming up with these really stupid, cheesy gamer tags. Like, the only one I really remember was Taco Cat, and I was like, oh, that sounds so cool. It's the same backwards, forwards. And I was like, yeah, that's so stupid. So I asked my brother for a gamer tag. He was like, yeah, just put Fury, it sounds cool. I was like, you know what, you're right. And I've been keeping that gamer tag ever since. For all your Pringles products, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esports arena. Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
So, I've had Presley pretty much ever since I started gaming. And I just took, someone already had Preston, and I was like, well, we'll go with Presley, and here we are. And I've just done different variations of Presley. My most common one is Depressley, because this game makes me very sad with how many times I get third-partied. Yeah. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles, and you're watching Pringles Week.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. Eat cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. It's Jumbo, it's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks.
It's fruit freshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top bars, flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. It is Pringles week. It is the final evening and the final game of Series E Season 2, and it all comes down to this. For 3 teams, it's the last game to secure their spot for Season 3. The other 2 teams will be relegated down to the qualifiers. So let's go ahead and set the stakes by taking a look at the Mobile One leaderboard. So far, throughout our 5 games, with 1 game left to go, Tom, TSM should still be relatively safe there in the top spot.
Yeah, I think they're going to be okay. And I don't know if anyone else is actually going to catch up to them mathematically. I mean, you're going to have to drop that big 30-point game, and also you're going to need TSM to drop a goose egg. But Renegades, they've been playing pretty well. Rice Krispie Treats, you got to give a shout out to them. Again, these teams that haven't been in the running for the top 4 have really stepped it up over these last couple of weeks. It's been nice to see. So again, even though these players aren't playing for as much as they were hoping for today, you got to give a shout out to Nestle Splash, even though today hasn't been their best day. Teams like Team Rockstar, teams like Rice Krispie Treats, they've been really battling it out, not giving it up. But there's the overall leaderboard, and this is what really matters. You are 19 points down if you're Team Cheez-It. You are 17 points down if you're Apple Jacks. How are you going to do this without having your best day today? You have to put it together right now in this final game if you want to make it into Season 3.
And for Team Intel, it's all about keeping an eye on that kill feed. If they see Apple Jacks or Cheez-It go down, it's just GG's and they can do whatever they want. This final spot is so important. It guarantees you a spot in Season 3. It guarantees you 4 months of salary as a full squad. You get to just play it out, and also a spot in our 10K Invitational, which will be taking place in the next couple of weeks as well. So not just, of course, the salary, but opportunities to play against some of the best content creators out there for Apex Legends as well, and continue on and grow as a team. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5. And this was Team Liquid really utilizing this angle well. And this interception pylon was so clutch for them, allowing them to passively heal. But the full send coming out from Na'Vi on top of them proved to be too strong. Team Liquid get cleaned up, and this is where Rice Krispies find their moment to come in for the win.
I was actually really surprised that Na'Vi didn't send it towards Rice Krispie Treats down below, because those were 2 free kill points for anybody that wanted them. And then you're really not that in shambles in terms of being able to take this next fight. Really, all you're going to have to do is maybe reload one of your weapons, maybe have to hit a cell or 2. And that's not going to really determine a huge difference in these fights. Yeah, every little moment matters. But at that instance, it's the same thing that you were talking about when Game 5 was ending. It's like they forgot about Rice Krispie Treats. Maybe they thought it was a rat down below or something along those lines. And they got so focused on the big names in front of them, Team Liquid and Na'Vi did, that they just started battling it out in that straight on 3v3. And that's what you hope for as a duo, as a rat, whatever your instance is, or even as a full 3-person team. That's what your goal is to be that last team to that third party when there's 3 teams in the final circle. So great discipline from Rice Krispie Treats, and also a great attitude to never give up. And I think that's what we're seeing today from them is, again, even though they're not in the running for the top 4, they're still putting on a performance, because there's a lot of opportunities still that are coming in Apex. We still have major tournaments that are happening. We have our 10K that's happening. We have the global championships that's happening in the beginning of June. So there's huge moments that are coming up. This is not the time to get down on yourself. This is the time to try to bring your A game and really try to use all of this as a practice and learning opportunity.
Here we go. Last game of the season, Tom. It's been 12 long weeks, but here we are about to end it all out, and it all comes down to this. 3 teams with a lot on the line. We'll see who can end up in second place as well. Team Pringles relative, just safe. They've got first place on the lockdown, so they will be the champions overall for the season across 12 weeks now. We are going to be joining on board with, I believe, Rice Krispies here, and we're seeing the drops coming out. In the last game, TSM were able to run through Cloud9. We'll see if that happens again throughout this rotate, or exactly what happens here, but there's just so many storylines to try and keep track of here, Tom.
And really, I think that it comes down to just like you were talking about, Jamerson. It's Team Intel watching the kill feed, as actually we're looking at the kill feed. Ball-on-G is going to get the first knock onto Bambino. That has to be over towards Survey in the epicenter side of the map. But we're on board with Team Pringles as that finish is coming through for third impact. Dracos does get one knock, but it looks like he is the last player alive, and they should be getting finished off here fairly shortly. So unfortunate for Nestle Splash that they just haven't been able to find their footing today, as Presley is going to be able to hit this. And Aves, oh wow, Aves is actually getting involved with third impact. We're going to have to jump on board with Aves.
Applejacks need these kills. They need to cut down on the lead that Team Intel have over them. This could be huge for them. Start the snowball for themselves. Still triple white armors for them as they are hunting down the rest of third impact, but third impact might have just called it here and just backed off themselves, and maybe they come back around for that banner later on. You can see Roller's a little bit slower on the rotate here, but Aves and Dupe are still happy. They've got the high ground position held down. They've got good line of sight as well. We'll see if third impact turn around for this banner.
I think third impact is fairly used to these situations, so they're used to bailing out, and oh man, they're going to have a very long track. This could work out in Applejack's favor because they need to pick up kill points along the way. I mean, they are, what, 19 points down, 17 points down, somewhere along those lines. So you're looking at, you know, if you get first or second, you still need to have a handful. You need to have maybe 2 or 3 squad wipes underneath your belt. And they've already started with one early kill, as Bell-on-G is actually going to be bleeding out over towards the side. I don't think that Applejacks gets rewarded with that kill. I don't think they found where he was. And that could have been big for them because that would have been one more kill point that they could have used. So we'll see what Abe's plan is. I think that he's anticipating potentially a res over here towards the side, and he also wants to check to see if this is looted, and it seems to be free loot. So extra resources going on over to Applejacks, and they're going to be feeling pretty good about coming out of this area, or they should. I'm not sure what Survey is going to give to them, but hopefully it's something more than just another gray armor.
And for Team Intel, when you see this circle, you're also ecstatic because you get to play very safe. You have priority rotates, and you do have an engagement going on. Cloud9 taking on TSM. Well, one member of Cloud9 along with 2 fills here, the Zednim along with the Zeinful, filling in the last 2 games of the day. But TSM looking to close this one out strong. They've basically got it in the bag already as they are trying to hunt down the rest of these members right now. You can see the scan came out. Imperial Howl was caught up in it, but he is still going to hunt down this Bloodhound as he does set up the angle on the right. Reps is here along with Snipe Down to back him up, and this player is just all by himself. That's going to be naughty. Get finished off instantly by TSM.
Yeah, TSM's been really taking it to C9 over towards this side of the map. They're just brutally hunting them down like you were talking about, and that's going to be friendly little friendly little gesture from TSM on over to C9. But it's very common to see what the weapons are that they're using, and you can see what the playstyle is for TSM. They're adapting as this is going on, and they're getting stronger and stronger as the games continue, as Team Pop Tarts is trying to make their way on over towards this area. You can see double scan coming through from the Hounds, and no hostiles really within the direct area. One team is going to be over towards the side, and there's the 3 hostiles that they were hoping to find out exactly where they were. But Lucas is fairly weak. Stomps is hitting a battery, and oh no, those shots weren't connecting how he was hoping for. Lucas had a weak player crossing, but the Spitfire just not hitting.
Yeah, Stomps is forced to use that bubble above the train tracks as well. Third impact. It seems they were trying to get the res in, and they're getting punished for it now as TSM are looking to mow through this lobby. If you're Applejacks and Cheez-It, you don't like to see that. You need to get on the kill feed here as Team Intel, they have a party position in the ring, like I said, with the ring pulling down all the way to Thermal. They have whatever spot they want. They can play the safest spot that they want. And for Team Cheez-It and for Team Applejacks, they're the ones that are going to have to play the risky game here. They're the ones that are going to have to take every fight, basically, that comes their way, as Pop-Tarts continuing to try to find more fights here over at Frag East, just fully committing to edge zone play.
Pop-Tarts does this fairly often, so it's not that surprising. They also have the composition for it with the Wraith Bloodhound Gibraltar. So they're just going to continue to play on the outskirts. But the problem is with thermal station zones is you just know from playing these how brutal it is once the teams start to actually set up. So what you're hoping for from Team Pop-Tarts is more of a scrappy game where you can come through third party, get some loot, then take a priority position over towards a choke. Once this thing starts to slow down, then you can make your plays. But right now it's looking like we do have Pringles locking things down towards the back. And when we see teams setting up over towards the back here, I would say 90% of the time they are going to be correct, where it will continue to be the most brutal zone that you could possibly have in Apex in terms of getting gate caps. So don't be surprised that the teams that stay on the edge continue to play on the edge and just go all out on each other, while the other teams on the inside, like you were talking about, Team Intel, Team Pringles, they're just going to be big chilling. As there's a finish coming in from Rice Krispie Treats, they're going to take down CLG and do it in style. They don't lose a player, they're going to be able to get tech rate back up.
Oh, here's the push though from 2 Brains, 1 Controller, actually stopping that res, stunning down, and Bird will get finished off. 2 Brains, 1 Controller now controlling the circle building here. Tech on the Crypto as well, noting that swap off. But speaking about having that back pocket positions, it was Team Intel and Team Pringles. Team Pringles have been doing an amazing job all season long, being very consistent, playing towards the end game, and making sure that they play just for the top finishes. It's not always about kills for them. It's about a lot of placements more than anything else. And can you fault them for that? They're averaging roughly 50 points per evening here throughout Series E, with nearly 1,200 points overall. TSM, though, looking to hunt down the rest of Pop-Tarts over here on the rotate toward that train tunnel. Lucas is caught out as he gets out from that bubble into Sandwich. 303 getting involved. And it's all up to Stomps. He has no defensive cooldowns. He doesn't have any shields. Will pop that bat as he watches his teammates getting thirsted off. And he is going to be our first Tomcat Rat.
And we've seen some good rats today, though. So let's not give up on Stomps quite yet. However, when TSM's in the area, I'm not too confident that he's going to be able to survive, because they're doing TSM things right now. They're running around mopping the lobby, started with the C9, making their way on over towards Third Impact, and now making their way on over towards Pop-Tarts. Ooh, great spray coming in by the enemy player, and that, well, it's not that surprising. That's going to be TSM. They are all over the place right now.
They are going at them like spider monkeys here, just pouncing instantly and finish off 303. Like I said, if you're Applejacks and if you're Cheez-It, you need these kills. Applejacks, I know that they were in the area. They're coming from the northeast side of the map, but they're not involved in any of these. It looks like Stomps tried to go back for the rescue mission there, but you can see Imperial Hell making the call, all charge ahead to finish off this last player. Stomps, oh, now shaking in his bootsies as he's going to try and get away from this one, but it's only a matter of time. He gets hit. It's the wall bounce, has the bubble at the very least, but he's going to drop down into that tunnel, and you can see he's getting cut off from TSM. You can see the energy just kind of running out from him. He knows that he's going to have to stand his ground at this point.
Dear 6-pound, 8-ounce baby Jesus, please help me. It's just not going to happen. TSM's going to come through, and the swipe, the Tomcat Rat Cam is over. Team Pop-Tart's going to be eliminated, and TSM, just look at them heating up. It's so fun to watch TSM when they're running on all cylinders. They do this fairly often, where it's like, okay, we'll play the middle of the zone, but we'll also show that we can run around, play edge, get a lot of kills, and then make our way through. We'll keep tabs just how many points TSM has when this one's all said and done. But huge fight happening over towards the Dorito building here. The 2-story Dorito building as Rockstar enters the fray. They're into it with 2 Brains, 1 Controller, who gets dropped, and there's more players all over the place dropping like flies. That's going to be Navi. But here's Cheez-It. Cheez-It needing some desperate points, comes in at just the right time.
Oh, big hits coming out from Prodigy Aces, bringing this one down to a 1v2, but he does get thirsted himself. The armor swap for Rakanishu now. They need to finish off this fight quickly. As you can see, the scans coming in. It's going to be the 6th party as well, and now Team Cheez-Its are about to go down. It's Renegades coming in for that final 3rd party. No knocks on their side, so this should be the end of the 3rd parties. Renegades will pick up all of this loot as well, and that's it. Team Cheez-It can no longer try to keep up with him. Pringles actually coming in for the 3rd party here, surprisingly enough. They got the knock. No, it's actually the push onto 6. And Team Intel, oh my goodness, Pringles taking out Team Intel, doing Applejacks a huge favor. If Applejacks can get the win in this game, they can steal away that 4th spot position. If we can, I would love to see if we could actually check in with Applejacks. I don't know. I haven't been able to keep track of the kill feed that well. We're already down to 7 squads remaining. By the way, 21 players left. I have no idea what happened to this lobby, Tom.
You have so many good teams in the way right now if you're Team Applejack, so I'm not even sure if they're still in this one. I think they are. Not sure if it's a full 3-man squad. They are. Okay, so they're locking down the high ground over towards Thermal, which seems to be a lot safer than the back. There's still a handful of teams over there, but you see the Watson fences. You know TSM's lurking. They're going to have to take down Team Liquid. They're going to have to take down TSM on this rotation, and then they're going to have to make their way into the back of Thermal. So it's not that easy for Team Applejacks, but they can continue to bide their time and try to milk the placement points. Hopefully, mathematically, they've worked this thing out where they know exactly what they need. They only have 1 kill. They were down much more than just 12, 13 points. I think they were down around 17. So they have to pick up kills along the way and the W, or they need to pick up a ton of kills and at least a top 2 finish.
And Team Intel only secured 1 placement point throughout all of that. And so with that 1 kill, it makes that difference up. But again, they do have to deal with the lead that Team Intel had beforehand. Here's Asura getting taken out by Phony as Team Pringles. Their position did get taken over by Charlotte Phoenix now. Applejack still biding their time. Remember, the +12 from the win alone will cut down that lead immensely here as Fury got caught, but he's able to make it around the corner now. But a lot of nades coming in as Phony takes a lot of damage, but he will be able to heal up. And now in this zone, the action should slow down. This is zone 3, by the way, and we're down to 21 squads remaining. Applejacks still alive. They're the only ones that can now contest for that 4th place position, that final secured spot, and to avoid relegation here, make it into Series E Season 3. Applejacks with a great spot in the middle of the circle now, peeking out, taking some pot shots at that squad, but their door is going to get grieved as TSM mop up Team Liquid.
Yeah, and that's just what TSM's been doing, and they've been doing it phenomenally. And they live with 2 players up every single time. One person gets the res, the other person setting down armor swaps, looking all over the place. Here goes Team Razor, making their move. And throughout all of this, while all the fighting's happening, Applejacks, they need to think about getting involved. They have to. Ooh, does Dupe come in with a steal? I think he does. And now Applejacks is going to send it over towards the bottom floor. This is it for Team Applejacks. They have to win this fight.
But they got to be careful. Will Team TSM come up behind them as well? I know that's a little bit redundant there. They do pick up those kills, and now RNG answer back. Pow is able to thirst A's, and now their chances are starting to dwindle away here. Dupe dropping down low, and he's falling. Pow is coming up huge for Team Intel. I know that's strange to say, but it's all up to Rollers now, left in a 1v1 to secure their spot, but they get the kill finally. Actually, Imperial Howl does, and here is the 3rd party, and this is gonna be it. They go down. Applejacks should be out. It's the final 3 squads. Team Intel secure their spots. And now it's all about TSM running away with this lobby. Will they be able to get the final victory of the day in the final day of Series E Season 2?
What a wild finish we just had. And I can't believe that it was so unlucky for Applejacks. There's just so many death boxes over towards the door. Sometimes that becomes the bane of your existence. You're trying to filter in there. Not all 3 players pushed over towards the bottom, but Pa was the kryptonite coming through and just single-handedly in the 3-versus-1 situation, taking down 2 players, escaping over towards the top floor, buying teams like Pringles, TSM, more than enough time to get over towards this building. This was the game-winning building. Applejacks just wasn't able to pull it off. Charlotte Phoenix, they're not leaving their spot. They're locking things down over towards the side. You know, Amu's been rocking the caustic for quite some time. But the one team you have to watch out for is the hottest team today. It's TSM, and it's Imperial Hal here with the Kraber.
And they're, I think, maybe on the verge of just hitting the triple digits as well, especially with the number of kill points they've picked up so far. When we checked in earlier on that match stats sheet, they had 10 kills, but they picked up a lot more since then. And you can see all teams just cowering in fear in their little corners. Hal doesn't even give a care as he goes in for that no-scope, narrowly missing, and goes again and hits the headshot onto Presley. This is just pure domination coming out from TSM as Imperial Hal hits another one. Reps will finish off Phony, and now Charlotte Phoenix try to come in for the third party. Will they be able to put a stop to TSM? No, it doesn't matter. Snipedown gets the knock. There's the answer back, but it's the 2v2. Snipedown with almost no HP still stands his ground. It's all up to Reps, tanking all this damage, defensive bombardment as well, and he hits the bat throughout all of this. Pringles are still alive as Fury gets the knock onto Asura. And so this has just come down to a 1v1v1 at this point. It looks like it might just be Reps getting pushed now by Fury. He does get finished off, and TSM are finally stopped. But the team, the fright is still in them now as Fury in the 1v2 tries his best. It will be Charlotte Phoenix to get the final win of the day. But TSM put on an absolute clinic here in game number 6.
Hal coming through with the montage clips right there, the no-scope towards the bottom floor. That was just absolutely ridiculous. So entertaining to watch. You can tell they are ready for June when we have these major tournaments. But what a day of Apex. I mean, and what a week for Team Intel. Coming through 50 points down, dropping 89 points yesterday, coming through today and having the best performance out of those teams on the bubble in our pro day. And they deserve their spot in Season 3.
Absolutely, positively massive for Team Intel in the last 3 days, rallying back so incredibly strong to sneak in and earn that 4th place position. We're going to take our last break of the day. When we get back, it'll be the final Mobile One leaderboard of Series E Season 2. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Presley here, and I'm about to try the pizza-flavored Pringles. Beautiful. It honestly tastes like I'm just eating an entire pizza right now. If you want to buy Pringles, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena and you can cop yourself some Pringles. I play for Team Pringles and you're watching Pringles Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance at the soul. Goes for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back here into the Esports Arena Orange County studio. My name is Jay, so I've been your host all season, and we have all our games done. Our 6 games today, all finished. Pringles with a great finish. They're not able to grab the win, but still able to get there into the end. Charlotte Phoenix does take the victory. We will have the final breakdown of our Mobile 1 leaderboard from Jamerson and T-Squared in here just a little bit, but let's check out our final post-game stats of the season. Mercy only leading the way for this Charlotte Phoenix squad. Definitely a squad to keep an eye out for in Season 3. They had a bit of a stumble after transitioning to Wednesday nights, but I think this is certainly a squad that can perform at a high level. So keep an eye out for those guys, but it's Hal. It's all Hal. TSM crushing it today. 7 kills for Hal here in this final game, grabbing kill leader, over 2,400 damage. They popped off today, and TSM with a statement performance here to end the season. It was definitely a fun day to watch tons of awesome games, but don't go anywhere, folks. The show is not done. We'll hear from Jamerson and T-Squared here momentarily, so stick around.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Once I start popping, the bodies don't stop dropping. Yes, sir.
Member alive as the third party does come through. That's going to be Team Pringles coming in with the grenade. Phony's looking for the last player alive and does a great job of spotting where they're at.
If you guys are ever looking for Pringles or shopping for Pringles, just go ahead and go to walmart.com/esports arena. I play Apex Legends for Team Pringles, and this is Pringles Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. That was our final game of Season 2, and what a journey it's been throughout the last 2 seasons of Series E here, and we will have Season 3 coming up shortly as well. But let's go ahead and talk about the ultimate winners of the day. Our final look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard here, and it is going to be TSM breaking the triple digits, getting the 102, absolutely fragging out in that last game, Tom.
Yeah, Hal was going nutty with it, man. The confidence from this guy is absolutely booming, and you see it with the Kraber, the quick scopes, the no scopes, all that stuff. But just the wide variety in the way that they're able to play Apex to me is probably the most impressive thing from them. You know, getting into zones really early from the rotating very fast, finding other teams and their weaknesses on their rotation, setting up in the final circles, third partying, resetting, everything that you need to do as a high-level Apex team. TSM was able to execute it.
Yeah, what an excellent day. And, of course, the other storyline that we were following, who will be our 4th squad securing a place, avoiding relegations, and it will be Team Intel. We have to remember at the start of the day, Team Intel, Applejacks, Cheez-It, all separated by 1 point, but Team Intel were able to rough it out and secure their spot in Series E Season 3, and we'll also have a chance to play in the 10K Invitational, Tom.
we talked about a lot of these partner teams throughout the season, got a chance to, cast a lot of their games. Again, Nestle Splash, Rockstar, Rice Krispie Treats, Cheez-It, Apple Jacks, all very talented players. Really expect them to bounce back and try to make it into season 3. Hope to see them as well. But we talked about Team Intel and what they needed to do throughout the season. We knew that they had a lot of potential on paper. They weren't able to put it together. There was a lot of meta changes. There was a lot of internal changes with the way that they were playing. Seems like they finally found their groove, their confidence, their communication. I don't think anyone was expecting besides them for them to have such a great week. The way that they were able to do it yesterday had to strike a little bit of fear into Apple Jacks and the Team Cheez-It. They were able to also hold them off in the final game right there by making their way on over towards Thermal. And I don't think we've ever seen a team trying to root for anybody else to be taken out so quickly as Team Intel was for Apple Jacks right there.
And of course, congratulations to Team Pringles, our overall winners of Season 2. 1,218 points overall. That means they were averaging 50 points per night of Series E. That's absolutely amazing. Across 6 games, I mean, that's 9 points per game, essentially, or somewhere along those lines. I don't know. The math's a little bit hard. 8 to 9 points, something like that. So congratulations, Team Pringles, on a well-deserved victory across this. And now, Tom, before we go and send this on over to JC, any final words before we close out the show?
Just thanks to everybody that's been involved with everybody at Esports Arena, you, Jamerson. Obviously, the fans and the players, I think, are the most important here. Without them, none of this would happen. So thanks to all y'all watching. I hope that you guys enjoy Series E as much as we do.
And thank you to all of our guest casters that we've had along in the season. And once again, thank you so much, Esports Arena, and all of our partners for making this possible, for making this dream of really trying to approach competitive Apex Legends and be viable and be able to make this a career possible for 9 teams, 27 players, making this a career possible. It's just such a huge achievement to create a tier 2 system like this. So once again, thank you so much, Esports Arena. Thank you so much to all of our partnered companies for making the dream possible for so many players. But that's going to do it for us. We're going to send it over to JC for one final word, who's got a special interview to close out Series E Season 2. But that's going to do it for us. We'll see you guys next time for Series E Season 3 qualifiers. Have a good night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here into the GVO zone. My name is Yeso, and I'm joined by a very special guest here for an interview to close out our show for the day. I have Adzi from Era Eternity. Welcome into the studio, Adzi. Great to have you. If you could just kind of introduce yourself for the audience at home, what you do over at Era. One sec, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we got Adzi muted here. We'll get that adjusted real fast, get him in. Just one moment, folks. We'll get this adjusted real fast because we do have a very exciting announcement here from the folks over at Era. So we're really, really looking forward to this interview. I've been excited about it all week. All right, bear with us 1 minute, folks. We will be right back here with Adzi once we get all of those issues sorted. Appreciate your guys' patience. Excited to be here at the end of the season. What a crazy ride to the finish. Team Pringles coming out on top, able to hit over 1,200 points on the season. A very impressive run for them. And then it was right down to the wire there with the boys from Intel and Apple Jacks. But Adzi is back with me. I believe I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome. How are we doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Cheers.
All right. Pleasure to have you here. If you could, just for the folks at home, if they don't know Era, maybe their first time seeing you or your org, just kind of introduce yourself and what Era is all about.
Yeah, well, my name's Adam, also known as Adzi. I'm a co-owner of Era Eternity. I handle a lot of behind the scenes work alongside the players and staff, just really making sure everyone has the best possible experience. Era Eternity, obviously, we're an esports organization. We've recently come back. We're looking to push up through the tiers.
All right. Well, I know you have a big announcement for us here today. What exactly is it that you have to tell us here?
We have just moved into NA Apex. So we're moving into North American Apex side. We've focused a lot in Brazil recently. And yeah, we've just decided to pick up a team.
All right, and that team is specifically
Team Rice Krispies.
Yes, the Rice Krispies treats, boys. So congratulations, Stunny, GS Bird, and Tech Candy joining the Era org.
Yeah, we've got a lot to work on, boys.
They had a strong finish to the day, though. They got a win in the final 2 games. Certainly the kind of finish you're hoping for.
Yeah, it was great games.
Now, Series E, you guys are looking to jump into that NA Apex scene. Was Series E kind of an early target for you guys when looking to scout available talent?
Yeah, it was. It was very early stages of looking. We only recently started looking into Series E, as obviously we weren't really focused on it, but it's really helped us out in looking for new talent as well.
What have your kind of overall thoughts been on the scene, getting to see the more green rosters coming in and then competing consistently against top caliber teams like the TSMs, C9s, 303s of the world?
Honestly, it's been different for us looking into this scene. What's it called? It's playing a major role helping us out really in the competition, picking out against our teams. As we've been able to catch up on the pro nights and see the team in action. Series E ultimately has given us an easier time scouting and getting a greater understanding with the Apex scene.
All right, and then what kind of advice would you have for, some of the people that may be trying to get into Series E or just in other games in terms of just aspiring pro players? What are the things that they should be looking to do if they want to take that next step?
Just stay dedicated and focused, really. Looking into Series E, keeping up to date with stuff, tournaments, games. Just analyze. I can't even speak today. Analyze. Oh my god.
That's quite all right. We appreciate you coming to join us here. Excited to see the boys play under the Era banner. Obviously, it's been a roster we've certainly enjoyed watching throughout this season. So we wish you and them the best of luck. Excited to see them continue to compete in the future. I appreciate your time, Adzi. Excited to see you and your org jumping into the scene, and best of luck.
Cheers. Thanks for your time.
All right, folks. That was Adzi, co-owner there of Era Eternity, and they have picked up the Rice Krispies Treats roster. So congratulations to them. A well-earned opportunity for those boys, and we'll definitely look out for them in the future. But as we get ready to close out Season 2 of Series E, I want to bring in some very special folks here into the studio. I got CEO and founder of Esports Arena. I got Tyler Endress rolling in here. Get in here. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. We got the whole squad.
The whole squad. I got something to do, though.
We got a lot of faces here that you guys may or may not recognize, but this is all of the folks that are behind everything here with Esports Arena, whether it's Series E or more. Get in here. Come on. Let's go. Slide in. Come on, everybody.
Back up that camera. No, we can't back up the camera, can we?
Yeah, cameras I don't think are moving. We're sliding everybody in here. We're going to get real snug. It's going to get real toasty here in the studio.
We got something. We got business to take care of.
We do have business to take care of.
Business to take care of. Sorry, Luke.
You're going to see a couple of tears rolling down his face over here.
Hold this up real quick from here. And then hand me that Pringles jersey right there. Nope, on the couch. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Obviously, the new winner of Series E Season 2 is now no longer Razor. How do I take this out? Oh, it's like this.
You gotta pull
it out. Let's go like this. Who wants this?
I'll take that.
You already have one. Even though Pringles changed the logo on us, this logo is still cool. So we're now changing it over. What's that?
We'll get a new one.
We'll get a new one eventually. Going on the shrine. In Esports Arena Studio, GVO Zone. We'll change it around a bit, but that's good for now. Boom. Boom.
Yeah.
on the wall.
Let's go, baby.
JC, favorite memory?
Oh
Season
man,
2.
it's hard to pick. We've had a lot of great weeks.
Oh, boy, guys.
Probably seeing our partnered squads win on Pro Night was definitely some of my favorite moments. You know, it's always a test when you have to go up against the likes of a TSM, C9, and all these other squads. But when we get to see, you know, really our team showing what it's all about here at Series E, and it's that opportunity to compete and excel and move on to the next level. And when they come out on a Wednesday night and show that against the best squads in the world, that's all we're looking for.
My favorite moment was picking up Cyril.
Confirmed best signing of the season, I think Rue would say.
Yeah, indeed. Congrats to all the players in Series E. This team is the team that puts it all together for you guys. Thank you, all the audience members, for watching. Anyone, did we miss anything? Anyone got any final words they want to say that we should say?
Yeah, you guys can like lean. You guys can lean into my chest over here.
This week.
Black Shark V2 Pros, Razor.com for all your needs.
Yeah, so we all do have our favorite teams here at Esports Arena that we all kind of root for. My pick this season was Rice Krispies Treats. I guess they did win in the end by getting signed to Era. Congrats to Rice Krispies Treats.
Yeah. What it's all about, Tyler.
That is what Series E is all about. It's an opportunity to get, ideally be recognized, opportunity to make money through the Esports Arena, but also to have that opportunity to be signed by a pro organization. So, and also congrats to the new Cloud9 boys on that new contract as well.
Yeah.
Anything else? Looking forward to season 3.
Sign up for qualifiers.
Yes. Hey, if you guys want to get in, if you want to get in on qualifiers, matchreno.com/ESA. The pages are up right now. June 1st, 3rd, 8th, and 9th. Get in there. Get one of those 4 slots in season 3. You saw some of the competitors you're going to have to deal with, so you know the competition that's coming. But
professionalism at its finest.
There you go. I know. Seriously. Who's cutting the show?
I'm supposed to.
We'll figure it out. We'll
sign off. Is that good? Yeah.
Season 2's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. See you later.